Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu Cree, Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Panel members today are Marcel Larondo, I'll be chairing, Robert Belinke, and Doug Marks are both present there, and our assessment department personnel today is Merrick Froelich. Our administrative personnel is Jasvinder Kumar. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with your board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicants may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 10 on our docket today. Mr. Kumar, please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Merrick Froelich.
Thanks. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Mercury, please state your full name.
James Mercury.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
First item on the docket will be 1577 Dublin Avenue, and it's all on value. That's correct.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm just wondering, Mr. Mercury's only here for one case, 220 Cree. I'm wondering if we could make it a bit more convenient for him.
Miss Merrick, do you have any problems with that?
I don't know. The way
Okay,
I am very mindful of Mr. Mercury's value in his organization, and I will let Mr. Mercury go first.
okay.
Or we can do 20. Hopefully, we'll establish some goodwill later on, but I doubt it.
Okay,
Always, Mr. Froelich.
If you want to establish goodwill, make sure you read out the file number too.
I usually do. Well, it all depends whatever the chairperson likes. Just to clarify, who are the other two panel members, please? Just to make sure that I got them correct.
Who are they, you said?
Yeah.
Robert Belinke
Okay.
and Doug Marks. You got them?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Doug and Robert, are we going to go to item 10 then? Is that okay with you guys?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go straight to item 10. Let's pull it up. Merrick, when you're ready, if you could read it on, please.
Yeah, for sure. File number is 223054. Roll number 070803245000. and we're looking at 220 Creed Crescent. In 2023, the assessed value is $1,684,000, built in 1980, wall height of 18 feet. Leasable area is 18,000 square feet, and we're asking for the value be confirmed, and we are also asking for the penalty. Request the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation, section 53(3)B of the MAA, and if a reduction is an assessment is ordered, that will follow the section 54(3.2) of the MAA.
Okay. Is there any information being supplied to why?
Yeah, for sure. So on page 2 of my brief,
Yeah,
you'll see that we have on the top of it, we haven't received any income and expense mailers in 2019 or 2020. We also didn't get anything in 2018. Prior to that, the applicant, there was a history of complying with the non-compliance on a regular basis. And as you can see on the bottom of page 2, from 2013 to 2017, the applicant did fill out the income and expense mailer aspect of it. What I'm showing here right now is I'm actually showing on the top of page 3 how they did complete the income expense mailer information in 2017. Moving towards the back of my brief,
what page?
page 19.
Okay,
This is the second letter that we sent out on June 9th, 2021. And then you can see it directly opposite of that. That is the registered, showing that it was registered mail, sending it out to the business in Vancouver, BC, with the roll number and the address. The details with regards to what was sent out on page 21, the formatting, and the due date of June 30th, 2021. And then subsequently how they did receive their assessment notice to appeal the property in 2023, and subsequently the tax bill in 2022, which was sent out to the same address. That concludes my formal presentation with regards to non-compliance.
okay. Who's speaking to the non-compliance? Rocky or
Well, I will have just a few questions
Jamie.
for Mr. Froelich.
okay?
Mr. Froelich, you don't have any evidence as to receipt of the mailer, do you?
No, I couldn't find any, and because of COVID and everything like that, you know, sometimes we get it, sometimes you do not, and we have nothing on file here right now.
Okay, so you're just relying on the mailer that you assume would have been mailed to this address, but you're not able to show whether it was received or who may have received it.
Yeah, and in fairness, with regards to the process here, we don't have the resources to follow up with every registered piece of mail that we send out to every owner with regards to filling out non-compliances. So we do the best we can.
Okay, and then you referenced the assessment notice. Those assessment notices, though, would be available online as well. It's not, a taxpayer doesn't necessarily need to receive an assessment notice to appeal their assessment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, those are the only questions I have for Mr. Froelich. I'll have a few comments in our presentation, but those are my only questions unless Mr. Neufeld has any other.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Oh, you're on mute. No. Okay, so if the board has any questions, then I can proceed to.
Go ahead, proceed. Unless
right,
the board, oh, hold on, you're right.
Yeah.
Mark, do you have any questions of the assessor on that?
No, I do not. Thank you.
I mean, Doug. Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, on with your presentation, Jamie.
Okay, I'll be very, very brief here, and there's some rebuttal information that Mr. Neufeld provided. Does the board have that?
I will check and see if it's there.
Yeah, it's in the folder, Mr. Chair, with the subjects and non-compliance. It's labeled as non-compliance and name of the cases.
Okay.
Is that all of them?
Yeah, there's seven item, I believe.
Okay. Maybe you can walk us through when we're going through it. Go ahead. Oh,
Right. Okay. So what we've included there, there's a few different municipal board orders. They're dealing with this non-compliance issue, which has been before the board on countless occasions, and the municipal board, as well as before the board of revision this cycle. So one of the cases, I don't necessarily need to bring you to all of them. You're probably familiar with them by now. The most recent of which, and probably the factually the most similar to what we're talking about here, is a case called the Russell Inns. That is a case where the provincial assessor was seeking the non-compliance, and they did not have evidence of receipt. They had evidence that the mail had been sent out to an address. That came before the municipal board. The assessor argued that an inference should be drawn that it had been received. The municipal board at page 12 in the highlighted section made it quite clear that the assessor bears the onus of proving receipt, and also essentially took the position that evidence of putting it in the mail is not sufficient. The same result was in the numbered company case that is before you. That's a 1483 Pembina. Again, there was no evidence of receipt. There was evidence that had been put in the mail. The municipal board again confirmed that does not prove receipt, whether there was a history of non-compliance or not. I can go through those in greater detail if you wish, but finally, the Mo Investments case, that case there actually was receipt by a tenant at the property. There was no evidence that it came to the attention of the owner. The board again denied the penalty. Again, I can go through that decision if you wish, but it should be well known to the board. There's also a series of board of revision orders that Mr. Neufeld put in the rebuttal material. In some of those cases, and these are just various excerpts of the decisions, or actually the board orders. In all of those cases, there actually was some evidence that it had been delivered to the site, but there was no signature shown or what position of authority that the person had to accept the document. And in each and every one of those cases, the penalty was denied. One of the documents, there's actually Mr. Neufeld and I dealt with a case at 3 Reinders, which came before the board last week, and the case is interesting because I believe it's the same ownership group as the present property. The document was sent to the same address in British Columbia. Again, there was somebody had signed for it. There was no evidence as to who did. And the board denied the penalty. It's the exact same address, but at least in this case, of course, we have nothing from Canada Post at all. So, with all of that being said, it's difficult to see how the assessment department could be seeking the penalty here. There's clearly no evidence of receipt. So that's a very succinct summary of our case, but given the consistent state of rulings from both the municipal board and the board of revision, we just don't see how a deferral order could be granted in this case. Mr. Neufeld, is there anything else you wish to add to that?
Yes, there was the other issue that had come up both in previous cases and in real life, is the fact that businesses were closed down during COVID. The board at several of these instances stated that the reason for not allowing the penalty was that businesses were shut down. So how could you deliver mail? And there's an attachment showing when BC shutdowns were in effect. It says that it's the file marked BC closures, that closure orders were lifted in July of right after, I guess, after the supposed date of delivery of June, and so the businesses were closed. That's yeah, that's it.
Merrick, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Is there a corporate responsibility for businesses to complete income and expense mailers? because it's not something that we ask every second, every fifth year, every 10 years. We do this on a regular basis. So does the corporation or your applicant take any responsibility for not filling out the mailers? Because it's not like these are not done on a yearly basis.
I'm not sure the question is for, I guess it's more of a general policy question. The only issue here is whether there was evidence of receipt of the mailer. So sometimes things happen, they don't get to the property owner. To answer your question specifically, there's no legislative requirement to proactively fill out mailers. That the obligation is to the city to make sure that they get to the right person. So the answer to that is no.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, Doug, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Jazz, we're going to recess so we can talk about this, please.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you.
We'll call the meeting back to order. And Merrick, you can start up. We're going to deny the city the non-compliance on this one. So if you can carry on. Are you there, Merrick?
Are you mute? You're mute, Merrick.
Yep, I understand. It's just the default is whenever you go into recess, it goes into mute and then I got to unmute it. So I apologize for that. On the bottom of page 3, there's a subject sale history for this property in September 14th of 2007. Subject property sold for $1,150,000. I have some pictures on page 4 and page 5 where the property is located at. It's located in the Murray Industrial Park out in St. James. We're very familiar with it, with the area. What I have here on page 6 is I have a for sale and lease sign for this. They are trying to actively lease a section of this property, 2,000 square feet. As you can see on the bottom here, I have a blocked out section of this where it's blocked out, because the date that this came out is post-reference, but the information with regards to the leasable space in the area, which is there. The asking price is significantly higher than what we're seeking in terms of assessed value. I've also blocked out the lease rates on page 8. And then page 9 shows the location of where the subject property is located at. Page 10 shows you the actual positioning of the building, where it's located at. And page 11 shows the pictures of the property. The property does look very nice. And here page 12 shows some additional pictures, and page 13 shows the following. Location. What we have here is, in terms of market rents, what we have here is we have the three different PIDs with regards to the rents, all within the $6 range, between $641 to $697, based on size, 18,000 square feet, 3.5% vacancy, 3% for expenses, 385 for shortfall, to come up with 107,760. Using a cap rate of 6.4%, we come up with a value of $1,684,000. What we have here is so even the 2017 model, the income and expense waiver from 2017 supported the rents that we're having here. So even though we don't have up-to-date rents, the 2017 showed 750, 650, and 675. But let me just get my glasses out here just to confirm. No, 750, 850, and 675. So and this is 3 years old data. So I feel very comfortable with the rents that we've had here, both in terms of the actuals and my comparables. With regards to the cap rate studies, the industrial cap rates listed here on page 17. And that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Rocky, questions?
Yes, you were reading some rents. What page was that on?
I was reading the rents on, well, from I was reading the actual rents that were in place from the 2017 mailer. That's
Is
at
it
the
in
top of page 15.
15? That's what I was looking for. I couldn't find it. Oh, that's why you needed your glasses. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not the spring chicken I used to be.
And did you verify whether or not these rents were net or some of the costs were included?
Well, based on the information on the 2017 mailer that we have, they are getting money for property taxes and annual general recoveries and for maintenance. They're all listed beside the actual rental roll. So I'm assuming that it's a triple net lease. And also with regards to the advertisements that I have here, both before the reference date and after the reference date, the leases here are net.
But they didn't check off the net lease box.
You know, there's a lot of inconsistencies in the mailers that we get. We are showing that they have added value with regards to getting recoveries, and their advertisements say the same. So, you know, if you could show me something different, Mr. Newfield, I'd be open to seeing that in your brief.
Imagine that the burden of proof is on the assessor. So,
and I have provided information in terms of a lease advertisement and the 2017 income and expense mailer.
Okay,
I'm not too sure how much more information you're looking for, Mr.
My question is just based on your own evidence. They are not claiming these are net leases. How are they?
There could have been an error with regards to how they completed the income and expense mailer.
Yes,
maybe if I had the 2020 mailer, then I've been able to confirm that.
What does it say? Yes or no?
They haven't clicked off the box.
Thank you. And page, sorry, I got to get your work up. It's a little bit deeper than normal here. Page 14. Was this all model generated?
Yes, it was.
And the cap rate at 6.4%, a building in 1980, what went into this cap rate? How do you decide this?
Well, we collect all the information from the sales that did take place prior to the April 1st, 2021 reference date, and we use that as comparables to the sales that have taken place.
Your model does this though, right? What are the factors that your model takes into account? I apologize.
Our model looks at the income and expense mailers that are provided to us, and then we do our analysis right there.
I need to urgently leave for 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Gentlemen, shall we take 5 minutes?
Yes, Mr. Shield.
Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Mr. Neufeld, you were asking questions of
Yes,
your.
the model to determine the capitalization rate. What are the major factors that go into determining the rate?
We look at the age of the building. We look at the size of the building. We look at the market rents. We look at the vacancy. We look at the sales history of the recent sales. And here's a great example of it, right? The actual property sold for, in 2007 in 2007, the property sold for like $1,150,000. And the post-reference listing is significantly higher than that, and it's less than our assessment. So with all those factors to be looked at and considered, I'm very comfortable with the assessed value that we have here today.
Okay, I wasn't asking about your comfort level. I was just asking about the model.
My experience and my knowledge, Mr. Neufeld, if that feels that's more appropriate.
Just asking about the model. Does the location a factor?
Location is always
In
a
the model?
factor.
In the model?
Well, yeah, because it would be, because you could see different in different areas, we have different vacancy rates, we have different cap rates. So yes, it does.
And your rents that you've placed in here in support of this on page, sorry, I lost these again. Page 15. How many of these are from the subject's area?
Well, we got 2 of them from the subject area, but the best indication would be the actual rents that are in place for this property.
And and then 3 from Fort Garry.
Yeah, because what was important for us to get properties that were less than 10,000 square feet. And so all the range of the leases that we have here for 3,600 to 52,220.
What was the source of these rents on page 15?
With regards to the income and expense mailers for both of them.
Is that where these were taken from, the income and expense mailers?
All of our rental information comes from the income and expense mailers.
Prior to starting the hearing, I just did a search, and I see that 348 Salto and 131 Hamlin are actually active listings in 2022 with the same rents that you are citing here. Were you aware of that?
Well, if you want to bring post-reference material into this, Mr. Neufeld, I have no problems bringing post-reference material.
I'm just asking if you were aware that the same rents you have here are on active listings as of today.
Well, Mr. Neufeld, I'm not aware of those listings that you're referencing today.
And in regard to some of these properties, like with 1249 Clarence, who's the tenant there?
We have listed here, well, with regards to privacy concerns, I'm not too sure if I should be mentioning.
No, just in general terms. I'm looking at their tenant list here. There's
You know what? This is an example of a rent here, Mr. Neufeld. I can verify that it's there.
Okay, I see a physiotherapy, CrossFit training, gymnastic center. So you're not going to divulge that. That's fine. Same question with 1465 Buffalo. I'm looking at their tenant listing. They appear to all be offices. Is this an office rent?
Well, 1465 is I would have to double check, but we have it listed as industrial. So it's probably a flex warehouse, and flex warehouses can have an office component to it.
You aware that flex warehouses were not invented in 1957?
Yeah, but there's been Mr. Neufeld, didn't you have this property on a municipal board appeal? Because what has happened here is the original footprint of that building was built in 1957. But the point is there's many additions that took place with this building here. And if I just double check here, we have 5 different buildings here. First one was built in 57. Second one, 57. Third one, 57. They're all 57. They're all 57, Mr. Neufeld. But I'm sure they're not of 1957 vintage. And I'd have to double check to see what the effective age is on that property. I don't have access to that information right now.
Well, if the building you're referring to, 1465, if I knew, my building is 1455, but it might be in the building, but that's all office. So that's why I'm asking the question. You're aware of
we have it as an inventory warehouse, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. And how many investment sales were there in the 2 years prior to the reference date for?
There were
industrial
none.
property? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Doug, do you have any questions?
Yes, I got one. According to our information, the effective date on that building is 1980 and the building 1957. Were there building permits taken out in that time frame? And if so, how much were they for?
I think the question that you're asking about is the property on Buffalo Place was originally built in 1957. The subject property was built in 1980. So I think we should be focusing on the building in 1980, but maybe I misunderstood the question.
Well, I thought it was built in 57.
No, Mr. Neufeld was referencing a lease that was in 1957. The subject property is 1980.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Robert?
No questions.
Okay, let's go on to your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
$223 in Murray Industrial Park. We have a great deal of historical information on this property. I don't have the mailer either. We went back and looked through the statements, and they were over the years determined to be semi-gross rents, not net rents, and impacted by vacancy as well. In 2020, major vacancy. What we decided to do is just treat this more on a as if and with COVID and with everything else, to just look at how the market would treat this, and we just did a market survey of our own. We've got industrial rents on page 3 and 4, you know, there was a mix up here on the presentation, because you can see that page 5 and 6 are not for this property. So the body of it, of the calculation for the rent, wasn't posted in our evidence, but you will see this model of ours in evidence to follow. We just take our rents and mathematically calculate out the rate, and we come to $6. That's typical for Inkster Park. In terms of vacancy rate, we look at the area now. In this case, we use the Johnson report, and Johnson does track Murray Park, but this is probably one of the few investment properties in Murray Park. The data is insufficient to determine anything. So we kind of leaned on the St. James and the citywide industrial rates. So in April of 2021, Johnson, well, actually his work was done in December of 2020, indicated 6.2 and 5.5% respectively. So 5.85 is what we applied. In regard to non-recoverables, as I stated, this is a semi-gross operation, so they exist. And cap rate was I think the assessor was correct in saying that there was a scarcity of sales of investment properties in the COVID years. They just were not selling. What Colliers has been doing is supplementing our own analysis across the country with going back to the old style method of mortgage equity or band of investment. And on page 25, you can see that essentially this is this style of cap rate analysis was in place before anyone even thought of direct capitalization, because the reason for doing an income approach is clearly to determine if you can pay your mortgage, nothing else. And what we do is then we could at least trace the spread between bond rates and commercial mortgage rates and the anticipated cap rate. And you can see maintaining fairly steady 400 base point or 4 base points between the bond yields and the cap rate. And that assists us in determining on page 26 are what we ended up for determining, and we have industrial class A, class B from 6% to 6.75%. The definitions are on page 27. And this property does not match the Collier's best rates. Cap rates are not the same for every building. And the factors that go into it, we state what our factors are: high quality construction, modern mechanical systems, high ceilings, good loading, extensive yard storage, truck marshalling areas. That's the bottom line. So when you look at the subject and we're trying to determine where that would work out with the subject, I'm going back to page 1. You can see that the yard and the marshalling is not semi-trailer sized. On page 1, there's actually a picture you can see across the street. There's some parked trailers, and they just don't fit on the subject site. It's going to be smaller trucks, 28-foot trucks, and as a result, it limits its utility in the market. We take this into account on page 2 and just look at the issues relating to it, and essentially this has to do with the quality, the layout, and general factors such as this, and we come to a 7% cap rate, and that goes to $1,273,000. And of note is the we always put in the previous year's assessment of 1,568. That is under appeal to the municipal board. In 2018, it was 1,317,000. So it's not a great growth building. It's got small spaces, isn't good for trucks, and more conducive to a smaller operator with a very low demand industrial capability. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Merrick, any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Neufeld made the comment with regards to these being semi-gross rents. Mr. Neufeld, do you know what the rents were reported in 2014, 2014, 15, 16? Because I've shown 17. You know how they were reported to the city of Winnipeg?
Yeah, I have the statements and I read through them, and they're semi-gross.
Really? So why would that conflict the information that I have in front of me that shows that it's a net lease? Because I have 4 years of data of the income and expense mailers that show that that they reported net leases. On page 15 of my brief, they're showing recoveries, yet that conflicts with what you're presenting here today. So can you explain to me the differences?
I think we went through that already, that they did not check off they were net leases in the statement you told us about on page 15. The evidence that has been put to this board is the owner said they are not net leases, and we concur. Okay, so do you have any evidence in your brief showing that that it's a gross lease, or is it just your hearsay? First of all, hearsay is not a factor here. Hearsay is when you look at somebody else's opinion and you repeat it. I read the statements. That's not hearsay. Okay. They were quite dated, so we didn't put them in, and we didn't have the new one. That's as far as it goes. We know that it was checked off in 2017, that net lease was not checked off. So that's how we did our valuation. So, but just give me 1 sec here. On 2017, on the mailer that we received, it's stating that, is it owner occupied? No. They've clicked off net release in 2017. If you wish, I could send that information to you, the panel members, if they want to actually see the copy of the first page of the actual income. Well, I think at this point in time, that would just be you attempting to bolster your own case. Well, the point is I'm under oath here. We have.
You are questioning
you
my
provided, no, I'm not.
information.
You
Gentlemen,
provided,
let's not fight about it. I
you
think
provided your
questions.
verbal statements. And that's really as far as it goes. I provide verbal, you
Redner,
provide verbal.
Can you continue?
Okay, and what's the actual, so based on your report here, is the vacancy that you're using post reference or before okay, so on page 7 of your brief, you provided the June 2021 single tenant investment analysis. Is this property single tenant or is it multi-tenanted?
Yeah, be multi. Yeah, I mean, there might be a small correction required for that.
No other questions?
Mr. Neufeld, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I'm listening all the time. I just went out of camera view for a second. I
We're
I
going
don't
to
have to run again.
Okay, Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions
Doug?
from me, thank you.
Thank you. Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And no questions from, oh, I do have one question. For your non-recoverables, what number did you use?
We
At
used,
5,000, what percentage,
I believe it was 5%.
you believe?
Oh, I have
Pretty close.
I'm just getting there. 5%. Yes, it is.
Okay. And that will conclude this matter.
Sorry, I just.
Summation, Mayor, you wanted to summarize?
No, thank you.
Rocky, you want to summarize something?
Yes, the assessor did point out that we were using a single tenant. The multi-tenant rate is actually higher. So there's been no disadvantage to the assessor's position. And he also asked a question that he did not let me answer, which was in regard to vacancies in the building. And on his page 3, you can see that unit 1 expires 2018, second unit 2018, third unit 2020, all 3 vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That concludes that matter. Let's move back to the sheet and go back to the very first one, shall we, gentlemen?
I'm going to exit at this point. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were already gone, Jamie.
That's okay. No, it was such an interesting case. I stayed
That was an expensive hour for Mr. Neufeld. That's for sure.
No comment, Mr. Furlick. Thank you.
Hey, I gotta laugh, Mr. Mercury, so it was worth it.
Okay, we're on number 1, which is 1577 Dublin Avenue.
File number is 22-32-96. Roll number is 13-001-08040. Assessed value that we have for this property is $10,957,000. Actual year built for these properties between 1974 and 75. Wall heights are between 19 to 24 feet. The leasable area is 79,073. And after my analysis, I felt that the value of this building should be reduced to $10,086,000. On page 2 is the breakdown of the rents that I've used.
Mr. Neufeld, were you okay with that?
Essentially, I dropped the model rents.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm leaning that way. I just want to. I'm reading the statement now. I just want to double check something. Yes, we're willing to accept that.
$10,086,000. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. That saves us some much needed time.
Just going to see if there's any questions from the panel members. Panel members, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Robert? You're good?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's close that file then for now, and let's move back to the beginning. I've got my files all mixed up now. Hold on.
Jamie,
Number 2, 1347 Border Street, correct?
yes.
Oh, 1 second, it's not working for me. I don't know what's going on here. Give me 1 second. You guys got yours up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I've got it. For some reason, I've got to go back. I'm almost there. Merrick, if you could read it on to the record, please.
Yep, for sure. File numbers 22-34.73. Roll numbers 07560-170500. Property is 1347 Border Street. Assessed value that we have today is for $10,627,000. I'd like for it to be confirmed because it is at the municipal board. Some details with regards to the property: built between 1975 and 77. Wall height is between 17 to 22 feet. And we have a leasable area of 116,784. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing income and expense mailer information. And below we have a series of leases here that are showing reflective of what the property is receiving. There's a variety of leases from 525 all the way up to 750 to 825. Bottom of page 3 shows where the property is located at. And on page 4 as well, just some pictures. Just a general overview of where it's located on 1347 border on the bottom of page 4. And the top of page 5 gives you more of a macro perspective of where the property is located at. A lot of different small tenants in here. We have a total. We have a GPI of 788,803, using 7% vacancy, 3% for expenses, 385 for shortfall. We come up with a net operating income of 680,106, utilizing a 6.4% cap rate. We come up with a value of 10,627,000. We have some rent comparables that are all in the area. They're ranging from 650 to 725. They're all similar sizes, ranging from 1,800 square feet to 8,224 square feet. As you can see, the majority of the comparables, the leasable areas are for the PIDs. They're of the similar vintage. The height is between 15 to 18 feet. And the lease comparables are all built in the 1960s and 1970s. We have the cap rate information on page 8. And that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
I'm just looking at page 6 and the top of page 7. This valuation, was it all done by the model?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, your model deemed, what's your mean rent?
The blended rent for the entire property is $675.
$675, okay. And why didn't you include the statements?
You know what? I think just to workload. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I have the empty ones here. You know why? This is what happened, Mr. Neufeld. Because in 2000, if you look at the bottom of page 16, there's 3 different roll numbers on here. It was so hard and so confusing with regards to figuring this out. It's just when I was in discussions with Ayrton, what ended up happening is we agreed upon the area that we were using because it wasn't easy to read. So that's why I didn't include it.
Okay, how about that land plan area? Isn't that a bit under what you would like to see for an industrial facility?
Well, to me, this is an industrial strip mall, and if it meets the zoning requirements of the city land to building ratio is not as important. But what I found also interesting here is if we end up looking at on page 4, you know, because of the layout of this building here, what ends up happening here is there is some extra land there, but it's been built over when I look at it, let me just pull it up here. So because it's not truly a warehouse, and like even with regards to properties here, land to building ratio is not a huge issue for me here because there is lots of parking.
Which property are you looking at? And are you looking at that picture on page 5?
No, I'm looking at the picture. I looked at the picture on page 5, and now I'm actually looking at the pad eye view picture of the property.
And there is no excess land on this property, is there? Unused.
Oh,
land?
no, there is not. No.
Okay.
The land to building ratio is a bit low. Did I say that by accident?
Yeah, you said there was some undeveloped land, and I know what you were talking about. So.
Oh yeah, because you know what, for whatever reason, because this property is so unique, you know what I mean? Because if we end up looking at it, you know, you got 5 different buildings here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you know what? And it's just, and then I misplaced that. So you are correct, Mr. Neufeld. Thank you.
And your picture on page 3 is not the subject property, is it?
3. I actually think it might be Mr. Neufeld. It's actually, it's the middle building here. So when I took that picture, Mr. Neufeld, from it, it's, well, if I had to.
You're not aware that is actually 1349 order.
Like I said, Mr. Neufeld, this property is very confusing. You got 3
Okay,
different
that's fine.
here. You know what I mean? It's like I'm doing the best I can with the information here. You know,
let's move on. That is not the subject. You don't disagree. And same question with page 4. That's actually 1327 border. That's not the subject, is it?
Like I said, Mr. Neufeld, on page 16, they had 3 different mailers here combined on one, 1327, 1347, and 1349.
All right. Okay.
If I made a mistake on that, it's the same reason why I didn't include it in my mailers.
No, I just want the board to be aware that those 2 pictures are not the property that we're discussing today.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's not a normal property, to say the least.
But no, you do have the leases, subject leases written here on page 2 and 3. You see that?
Yep.
And looks to me like someone did was able to figure out that these are all on the subject property. You see that?
Yeah, well, yeah, these are so what happens is that when we run our briefs, there's a button that we end up ticking if it shows any subject property leases here, and that's what we did.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, if you want to go ahead with your presentation then, please.
Thanks. Yeah, you know, I've been working on this property since 2005. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty easy to figure out. It was a purchase, 3 rolls, and broken up on. There's actually 7 titles in place, So the best picture I think we had put in on our page 1. You can see that the way it's laid out. You see the red dot. It's the long, irregular shaped building that runs from Notre Dame downwards to the creek. And that's the one we're talking about. The other ones that are part of it are immediately to the left of the red dot. The one beside the word marked Border Street is 1349, and that's now First Nations Child and Family Services building. And the one immediately south of that is 1327, and I think they sell flooring in there. But the rest of the property is just all industrial, small bay units. And again, as in the other unit, the big problem in this site has always been loading. You cannot drive a semi-trailer into this site. It doesn't fit. And there, just so you can see the scale of it, there's trailers parked across Border Street. They do not fit, and they've never fit. What this was actually designed for is on the right side of the property is a rail spur. So all of these units along the rail spur had rail loading, and then they would have small trucks, 28, 39 footers, delivering from the front. That's how it was designed. But in 1975, when it was built, they still had rail spur service. They don't anymore. And that was a bit of an obsolescence factor, and over the last few years, just seen some change in the uses of it. What we were able to do is take the rents, and we've got them all listed, all the entire rent roll on page 5 to 7, including 1349 and 1327, which are at the bottom of page 7, and worked out that the mean rent is $633 a square foot, and that's what we're applying. As far as vacancy, again, this is the assessor would be correct. I didn't use that. The person who did this used the single tenancy rate. The multi-tenancy rate is a bit higher. It would actually be average out at about 6.7% rather than the 5.85 we put in. But I'm not going to change anything. It's a small factor. You'll note the shortfall is a fair bit higher than what the city uses, and the shortfall is based calculated below. And I think the major factor is the high taxes here, and all the statements were provided, so we were able to calculate actual numbers. You can see the calculation of our rent on the bottom of page 1. Is we had the breakdown on the income and the area. That's how we got our actuals. We're using non-recoverables at 5% and structural as well. And on page 4, just to hammer this point home, there's $46,000 in non-recoverables. I took off the interest. So this is just a primary evidence non-recoverables exist, and the city isn't accounting for it in their model. Real life does, because it's real money. As far as the cap rate is concerned, I did not prepare this, and I disagree with the number. I think it should be higher. And my reason why is that the point, again, going back Collier's table, it's not class A, it is not class B, it's class D if there was a class D. And the big issue is the semi-trailer access. We cannot compete for good rents if you don't have the semi-trailer access, and you cannot compete for good rents if you don't have high ceilings. The ceilings here are actually clear height is about 14 to 18 feet. So the people who are getting good caps, good rents have 27-foot clear heights, and it's a different market. Essentially, you're just being less competitive on the market. So again, my opinion is the cap rate put here was too low. And my last thing I want to say is, it's really too bad that there's a a city assessment administration policy of not dealing us when there's another year under appeal. But that's their problem. Value is value. It is not made by the municipal board or made by any negotiation going on or reflective of what an assessment is. It is independent of that. This is how the unit is performing, and this is a very fair and I think actually a bit on the high side valuation on this subject site. And it is under appeal, the 8399. Thank you.
Merrick, any questions?
Well, first and foremost, Mr. Neufeld made a statement here, which I take tremendous offense to. There's a docket occurring next week on December 19th. I do believe the property is on 580 Moray. Mr. Neufeld, was there a COA in process right now for the 2020 assessment for that property?
For what property?
580 Moray. Next week, there's going to be a hearing on 580 Moray, and I was working with Ayrton with regards to getting a COA done. And then you make this statement like this. It's just, we're all under a lot of pressure and stress. If time makes sense and there are values that are agreed upon, but there's paperwork in place right now that has been signed off by our managers on a property. Let me just pull up the date here, because you made this comment here with regards to 590 Moray. There's going to be a 2020 MB COA done on that property.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you here with an objection. Whatever you're talking about is not 1347 border.
No, but the point is, you
no,
made this comment saying that the city is not in a
Mr.
position
Chairman,
to
can I
look
get
at
some order
2020.
here?
And
I'm trying to get some order right now, actually. Can we stay with the property we're dealing with right now?
okay, well, then I would like Mr. Neufeld to retract the statement, because I took tremendous offense to it with regards to that the city's not open towards doing agreements on previous year's assessments. When time allows for it, we can.
No, the statement was that, not that. The statement was you don't want to deal in the current assessment when there's an old assessment in place, which is ridiculous. And point out to you as well that whatever you're talking about in another property, you signed an agreement that everything that was done in case management was without prejudice and private, if you recall that. I haven't got the faintest idea what's going on because I didn't do it.
Gentlemen, let's get back to the property we're dealing with. You're both drifting off here on me, okay?
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld, there are 15 or 20 different PIDs located on this business. That the average square footage area would be 4,000 square feet for each area. How many semi trucks would be going into a use? Or how many of these properties here or businesses occupy a lot of inventory where they would need to load and unload on a semi-trailer?
That's what the point when I was talking about the transitioning from a railway offload to a small truck is that there used to be fewer rental units and larger ones. And so over the years, the goal has been to demise more spaces into smaller units and try to capture a different market and salvage an obsolescence factor.
So that may be the case, but you're currently saying that it should not be assessed as high because there's no access to land to building ratios too low. But for this business, it's not an issue here right now because there's not a lot of inventory coming back and forth currently.
No, it's a question of mitigation of a larger loss. There's current rents in Rosser high cube space that are double what they're getting here because people want it, and people don't have a strong demand for space like this.
But the marketplace is different for that type of property as opposed to this type of property.
But the point is, if you're in the world of industrial, the preference is high cube semi-trailer access.
Okay. But
as the Collier's cap rate report specifies, anything that's below this standard is just lower value.
And would have a lower rent assigned to it, would it not?
It would have all lower factors, higher cap, lower rent.
So are we looking for a rent of $12 here, or are we looking at a rent of $6.75?
We're looking at the rent that's been achieved, and the concept of a cap rate is to determine if it will grow, and the answer is no.
Okay, so if you're looking at the rent that's being achieved here, could you please explain to me that you're using $6.33 here, but on the actual on page 8, they're reporting $6.48.
On page 8,
8.
rent commercial 648. Okay, I'll drop it then if you want.
Okay,
No,
and also there's
no, okay, wait a second. No, that's the whole complex. Take a look at page 7. You'll note page 7. These are the properties that are not part of the complex. So Child and Family Services is paying $8, Imperial Flooring $6.75, and so those are in the other building, and as a result, it skews up the rental rate.
Yeah, but how are we able to distinguish that?
You just do the work. Well, we did the work.
Okay, so you're asking, okay, what's the actual vacancy on page 8?
At this point in time, they're listing 0.
Okay, and so, and you always have to factor in vacancy, but wouldn't you do an adjustment for that to be reflective of current performance?
No, I mean, there's always going to be a vacancy factor, and okay, there's really 2 applications we ever look at. One would be a chronic problem where there's issues happening, and in, as I said earlier, when I began working this property, that's what they had, as they were converting their obsolescence. Today they have an intermittent one. People will come and go, and so you put the market on it.
No further questions.
Doug, any questions?
Yes, I do. The vacancy rate you've got down to 7% for this calculation.
Yes, we do.
Okay, and there is no longer a spur line feeding this property?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I think those were directed to me. We had 5.85% for the vacancy, and that was the answer to that question. And the spur line has been discontinued.
Okay, so that's the need for smaller trucks getting into service these rental spaces.
That's correct.
So you're talking more like cube vans compared to a semi then?
Yeah. The original building had a fairly large tenant, and they took in stuff on a spur and then redistributed it locally. The railways changed policies in a little after 2000. So today, if you want to bring in a spur, you have to order 17 cars at a time, or else they're not showing up. There weren't too many people doing that anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, your vacancy rate, you got it at 5.8. No, not your vacancy rate. I'm sorry. Your non-recoverable, you got it at 55,000. You said the actual was 46,000. Why'd you
That's
move from
correct.
46 to a higher number then?
Oh, because this was a better year. In previous years, it was much higher. So what, the point is, if you chase it, your non-recoverables every year, your valuation will be go up and down, bad years and good years. So the correct theory is to stabilize it over time, and some years it will be bad, some years will be good. The 5% is our normal.
So you're using 5% as your normal number now.
Yes.
So do you agree that the city's number that they're using of 3% is their floor?
What I've seen in the way the city does their workup is they've decided that some expenses don't exist, and they, in complete defiance of proper theory, and they're the only body in the world that I know of who have invented their own non-recoverable standard. They're on their own. It's not correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anything in summation, Merrick?
No, thank you.
Rocky, anything in summation on this property?
No, thanks.
Okay, that'll conclude this matter for now. And now we'll I gotta shut all this down to reopen, which makes no sense.
Okay,
We're gonna move on to 1215 Border.
Marcel, maybe if you just take a look at your top right corner.
I
There's
did
the,
that.
oh, okay.
It's for some reason, something's not working here. But I can do it this way. My internet's not the fastest today for some reason.
Dial-up?
Item 3. Merrick, when you are ready.
Thank you. File number is 222651. Roll number is 07010047 Address is 1215 Border Street. The initial value that we have for this property is $6,035,000. We have 3 different buildings built between 1959 and 2011. Wall heights are between 17 and 26 feet high. The leasable area that we have for this building is 81,902. Based on conversations and on my own research, I'm making an offer of $5,302,000 based on adjustment to net income, the income. It's a reasonable increase from 2020, which was not taken to the municipal board. Essentially what it boils down.
Rocky, you good with that number?
No, I think we have to proceed.
Okay, let's proceed then, Merrick.
Yep, for sure. So essentially what I did though in my recommendation, I dropped the rent from $594 to $525, which is sort of reflective and consistent with regards to some properties in the neighborhood and the building. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing income and expense mailer information. We have rents, we have subject property leases here for 550 and 406. And on page 3, we could show, the actual leases that we have in place. It's a lot easier when it's only one roll number on a mailer as opposed to 3, which is why I didn't include it with the last one because I couldn't differentiate it. So on page 4, we have some pictures of the subject property. I think on the bottom of page 4, I would have to double check here. But the extension on the bottom of page 4 was probably the addition that was done in 2011, because that area is 26 feet high and that area is 10,303 square feet based on my calculations. Page 5 shows where it's located at in St. James Industrial Park. And there's some additional pictures on page 5 and 6. What we have here is that we show the gross potential rent at 586. My recommendation was a bit lower, using 7% vacancy, 3% for expenses, 385 for shortfall, using a 6.9% cap rate. We come up with a value of $6,035,000. If you'll notice on this property here, the previous ones were at 6.4, and the reason for that was because they were smaller properties. This one's a larger property, so it would have a larger cap rate. Some of my comparables that I have in the neighborhood, all in the St. James Industrial Park area, which, the sizes are between 18,000 to like 35,000 square feet. The wall heights are between 14 and 22. The effective years is between 1961 and 1973. And we're showing lease rental rates in the $6 range. There is our cap rate study listed here on page 10. And I'm just calling to see. And I got some more mailer information at the back on page 24 and page 25. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yes, what did you mean by, addition?
Well, the original building was built in 1959, and then we have 26. We have a building area of 10,303 square feet, with a ceiling height of 26 feet high, which was built in 2011.
Okay, and now that 2011, 26 feet high, could you take a look at it from the outside?
Well, what I'm guessing here, and so it's hard to quantify, right? Because we got 18,000 square feet at 20 feet, and then we have 53,000 square feet, which is probably the original building. That's at 17 feet. So we have the range between 17 feet and 26 feet. And that picture on the bottom of page 4 is could be at 26 feet high. But I've never inspected this building, so any specific questions with regard to that, I won't be able to answer.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just pausing because you had said some stuff and I wanted to check it. Getting back to your report, page, then this workup that you have on page 2, the left-hand side, was this the original model?
On page 2, yes,
Yeah, okay, and so then the change was on the right-hand side, you changed the rental rate,
that is correct.
and that was all that was changed?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you, looking at page 3, what's your take on page 3? You've got, I'll tell you my specific question. I mean, you've got approximately 67,000 square feet leased, but you've got a building size of 81,000.
Yeah, but if you go 63,000 plus 18,000, doesn't that come close to 81,000?
Well, the 67 plus the variance of 14.4 makes the 81,000. So I'm just wondering if you had looked into that at all.
There's no time for that, Mr. Mr.
That's fair. I mean, I'm just wondering if you looked into it. That's all. Both of these leases, one's listed as 1215 and the other 1245, correct?
1215.
The address on border.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so, if I was looking at your overhead picture on page 5, or actually, no, you got it on page 6. So the building to the south is 1215, the building to the north is 1245.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you look at the, you mentioned, now it's, sorry, my memory's coming back to me. You talked about an addition. Did you look at the permit?
I didn't include it in my brief, and you know what? I would have to just double check.
No, I don't want to ask you about something if you don't know about it. That's fine.
You know what, Mr. Neufeld, there's this great line during appeal season. It's called meatball surgery or meatball assessment.
Okay. How about their statements? Did you look at what they were actually declaring for profit and loss, or their own NOI?
Well, they had a loss on our income and expense statement. They're showing a loss in from the 2020 mailer.
Yeah, a fairly large one, and that would be attributable mostly to page 24, the vacancy they've reported.
Yeah, well, the vacancy was an issue for this property, yes, in the past.
Okay, that's what I was getting at, and then the tenant listed on page 26, then that's a new tenant, September 2020.
Yeah, which is why I felt the recommendation was fair for this property.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Doug, any questions?
None for me, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Robert?
No question.
Robert, if I can take you to page, I guess page 6. Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, so 1215 is the building on the bottom. Are we dealing with 1245 at the same time in 1287?
Yeah, because it's all on one roll number, right? So, because what will happen is like you'll see the main roll number at 1215, but even on the mailer, they're showing 1215 and 1245. So 1287.
Yeah.
So maybe at one point there was a separate business at 1287. I don't know, but we have 3 PIDs, which is why there's 3 addresses.
Okay. Is that the new addition that's on the right-hand side of that picture along the railway right away?
See, you know what? I'm not too sure because that could be the case as well, right? Because that ceiling height, if you look at the bottom of page 6, that does seem higher.
So it's got a much higher door too. It almost looks like it was built for the rail cars to go
You
in.
know what? Just wait one sec here, Mr. Lorando. Let me. Yeah, so what happened is in 2007, it wasn't there. And in 2014, it was there. So that's a new area.
So that's the new area then. So that's got the higher ceiling going all the way through.
Yep.
Is there, I'd like to, I'm wondering if it's a loading bay or something. I can't figure out what this 20, why the big door. Well, maybe Mr. Neufeld will explain that. And then then you've already answered the other question I had. So Mr. Neufeld, on with your presentation, please.
Yes, thank you. It did have rail loading on the site, and this is further south from the building, from the complex we just heard. Incidentally, it's also the same owner, but it was never part of that economic package. This is a separate purchase by them. And in around, and I'm looking at the aerial photography from 2005. There was a rail shed on the front of the easternmost part of the big building, 1245. It was demolished in 2010. And then what they did in 2010 is that the section that you're now looking at that's dark colored on the picture on 1245. If you look at my page 1, the top big building at the top that's got a darker roof, it had dock level loading. They they jackhammered the dock out to make it part of the larger building. And that all happened in 2010, 2011. So there was never an addition. There's actually a subtraction and then a conversion from the dock space for the rail unloading to grade level space. And they do have their own dock, a submerged dock further down the building. The buildings had an extremely bad vacancy problem over time. Every year there's been a problem. It's either the big building or the small building, and the worst one was the big building after they completed around 2011, and they took out this dock because they got a new tenant moves in, and a year later ran out of money and walked. So they spent all this money in futility, and then it went vacant for a while, had another tenant in. Now I think the current tenant is about the 3rd or 4th one on this site since the change in the dock height. The rent you see, we're using $466, and we're not disagreeing with the stated number on the rate. But if you look at page 4, you'll see how we did our calculation. On page 4, no question that the unit 1215 is getting $550 a square foot, and it's they're getting most of their costs recovered. They're still non-recoverable. So now the second unit 1245, they listed at 49,100, $21,481 a month. But then they have the rentable area, which is actually 63,500. You see that below. So the rent is not $525, it's $4.06. And it was just the way, this is the difference, this 14,000 square feet was the old dock area that had been demolished down. So this is the way they run their books, but we're not doubting that there's 81,000 square feet. But what we are saying is that the rent on it is roughly $30,000 a month as in the rolls, which works out to our page one, 381,000 per year. So this is one where we've got to look at the statements. So that's what we're using, 550 for the little one and 406 for the small one. That's the way it works. The vacancy, because we've been working on this building with the owner for decades, and we were well aware of the history of vacancy. We're looking at a chronic vacancy consideration, and over time, what we had looked at was about a 15 to 20% vacancy rate averaged over time. So we on our page one, this is the way we like to stabilize it. So if the time vacancy has been 17.59%, and the Johnson report says it should be about 6.2, and St. James is 5.5, we just average the three figures at 9.76%, adding a greater degree of vacancy risk to this building. So we're not putting 20% vacancy, we're using 9.7% because it's proven to be a bad performer over the last 20 years. And that would be our big difference. Non-recoverables, we're using 5%, and on page, just to show you that page, the statement, page 4, they're listing $90,000 in non-recoverables. Bad year. Again, so we're not using 90,000 for our number. We're using 37,000. We're stabilizing. The shortfall is based on actual, and again, the tax is a high part of it. So 472, and the shortfall is pretty much calculated by looking at the expenses the building generates. And cap, the property itself is superior to the last two we've heard. It still wouldn't be in the Collier's system. It's not an A or a B, it's a C, but it's better than the last one. But it's got this chronic vacancy problem, which we've addressed slightly or somewhat in putting in the rate on. But capitalization, the vacancy is looking backwards. Capitalization is predicting the future, not post-reference, predicting the future. And that tells you we're going to have more problems. Original age is 1959, and you know what? It's still 63 years old. There's no such thing as an effective year on a building. That's the actual age of the building, the elements in the building. It was just occurring to me that the assessment department likes to put an effective year built. What we like to do is break these conditions, age-related conditions, into three categories. One is year built, then quality, and then condition. Year built, you can't change it. Quality, this is low quality. We've had problems with it. They have a dock conversion to storage space, and condition is middle of the pack. And then the problem with the vacancy. So that would be our calculation of cap at 7.25%. That's my presentation.
Eric, questions? Merrick?
Yeah, I was on mute. Mr. Neufeld, what's your definition of chronic vacancy?
That within a long time frame that it's higher than market.
Okay, so you know what the vacancy was between 2012 and 2018?
I have that information. I don't have it in my report. I can give it to you.
Okay, because the reason why I ask is because you're making a reference to vacancy, but between those periods of time, what we're showing from the income and expense mailers that we received from the Stevenson Group is 0% vacancy during this period of time. And when you make a comment with regards to chronic vacancy, I just want to clarify that.
Well, I'm looking at 2020. Okay, that's the one you've got. So that was a big vacancy.
And 2019, unequivocally, I agree that there was a vacancy issue in 2019 as well.
Oh, so you're talking about previous years? Okay, all right.
Yeah, exactly, because you said chronic.
Yeah.
And so
So I'm just looking at the 2015 mailer. And finding the rent roll. Yeah, the 2015, they didn't have it then because both their leases were just drawn up in 2015, one in March and one in February. So I got to go back another year on that. That's what I was telling you about the up and down. So previous one, yeah, here we had the tenant on the big building who was that I mentioned was a 2011 took over and they built for them. They left in 2013, and then they got a new tenant in 2015.
because in 2014, I'm showing 0 vacancy as well.
2014. No, I mean, I'm reading it now. It was vacant. I'm reading the statements.
Well, because there's 2 leases in place here. We have at 1215, we have Northwest Wholesale utilizing 18,360 square feet at 525. And then at 1245, we have J.R. Stevenson Manufacturing utilizing 63,500 square feet at 496. So, and the first lease expired in 2020, from 14
Yeah,
to
well, see
24.
that I told you the Stevenson expired in 15, but they were gone in 13. In 15, March 15, that space was taken over by Startco, and they were on a 3-year term from 15 to 18. From 18 to 20, it's that vacant, and then the current tenant, Great West Metal, moved in September of 20.
Yeah, but you said chronic, and so see when I hear chronic, to me the evidence that I see in front of me doesn't say chronic. But I have no other questions. Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to finish your sentence. In the last 10 years, I see 4 years empty. That's chronic.
What years are that? So I see 20, I see 19, but what are the other 2 years?
13 to 15 vacant, 18 to 20 vacant.
Well, okay, so you have 13 vacant, then I'd have to check that, 13. And then you have what, 18 vacant?
18 to 20 vacant, and
No, because 18 I show 0.
well, I'm telling you what I'm reading statements here. I
Well,
talked to you.
I'm reading statements too, Mr. Neufeld.
In
and so,
2010, we had 46% vacant. So there's another period in there, and that's before J.R. Stevenson moved in. So we had Powell Plastics, who had it vacated for 2 years between the end of beginning of 10 and 11 when Stevenson moved in. So it's 2 years on, 2 years off, 3 years on for a period now of 13 years in history.
And I agree with you with 2000. I agree with you in 2010. It's just that, I went back 8 years worth of data. There's no other questions. I made a recommendation that I thought was fair. Thank you.
Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will conclude summation. Merrick?
No, thank you.
Already. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, in summation?
Yeah, there are basically four issues here: the rent, the vacancy, non-recoverables, and the cap rate. Now, the debate over the vacancy, I say 9.8, and he has 7%. That's not a major factor. The rent is. The paid rent is what, as we have stated, and it's been achieved through trial by battle. The market has proven it. And capitalization rate, we're surprisingly close, but it is an issue. And then the management fee, well, read the statements, they speak to it themselves. Thank you.
That will conclude the matter. Let's move on to 100 Pocket. Number 4, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
When you are ready, sir.
Thank you. File number is 223041. Roll number is 06053105700. The assessed value for this property was 11,506,000. But based on my research, and I need to do more research on this. But what I've done is I've applied a 10% vacancy for this property, and I'm making a recommendation of $10,024,000. But when I say this, there was a building addition that took place recently of 27,500 square feet. And because I don't know the history of this building, I'm not too sure why they built the building addition, if there's such a vacancy issue. But maybe Mr. Neufeld could give us some more insight into that. And then on page 18 and 20, there is municipal board hearings on that. And so in 2020, the value the agent wanted was $5.8 million. And like I said before, an inspection is required for this property, and it's going to be dealt with at the municipal board level.
Mr. Neufeld, are you good with the recommendation? I'll start with that.
I might have to ask a question or two on that. If you don't mind, this recommendation is made on with this addition on at 160,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what I did, Mr. Neufeld, is the original vacancy that we had. If you look on page 2 of my brief, I kept the rent the same, and I just changed the vacancy to 10%.
Okay, yeah, but I'm not for the recommendations. The 160,000 square feet. That's
720. Yes, that's what we have.
And you're including this permit on page 3 in that space?
Yeah, let me just go through my information here, because in 2020, the area that we had used was 133,220, and now we're at the 16720. That was the addition of 27,500 square feet.
And did you have an overhead of that that showing? I'm looking on page 12. Do you know where that new construction was sited?
You know, like I've stated before, Mr. Neufeld, I need to do an inspection of this property. I'm not familiar with it at all.
Okay, I tell you the truth, I wasn't aware of it, but I you know, we never track these things. I just wanted to know.
Well, right now, I just want to know if you're accepting his recommendation.
Sorry.
Because then I'll have him conclude his remarks.
Okay, I see a picture of it on Google Earth. No, let's just proceed. I'm open to making changes myself on the area. So
Okay, let's
see, because you know what's interesting about this property is that there's like, you think you'd add 27,000 square feet, you'd be able to compare it between 16 and 2021, and I don't see it. So I don't know. I'm sorry. Anyways, we do the best we can with the information that we have. I will proceed.
Proceed, please.
So on page 3, the property owner has been compliant with regards to completing income and expense mailers. There was a building expansion on this property of 27,500 square feet that was taken out in 2022. And then here's additional permit in 2021 stating that the value was $6.7 million that I see. On page 5, I got some pictures of the subject property showing a lease listings from Stevenson on page 5. Page 6 shows that they're trying to lease out 7327, located in St. Boniface Industrial Park, east side of Winnipeg, with easy access to Lodge, Plussies, and perimeter. Abundance of natural lighting, fiber optic cabling. Main floor consists of 12 offices and large open area, lots of parking. As you can see by the quality of the finish here, that the finish is nice, and our blended rent is $5.33. And for the space on page 7, should be much higher than $5.33. And then on page 20, I got the brief from the assessor's brief last time around, showing some additional pictures, showing that the lease rent was $7.25 for the property, and similar information with regards to location. Page 10 shows the main floor layout. Page 11 shows just some additional pictures, and same with page 12. What we have here is we have 160,720 square feet using a leasable area, potential rent of $857,417, and I have 533 using 3% loss for vacancy, 3% for expenses, shortfall of 385, using a 6.85% cap rate. We have a value of $11,506,000 initially, but I have made a recommendation. I got some similar properties in the neighborhood. The ranges in size between 24,000 to 77,000 square feet. Average wall height is between 12 and 22, ranging from 1966 to 1987, and the rents between $425 and $726. So in terms of page 18, and like I think I even saw Mr. Neufeld's email. It's partially owner occupied, so I'm not too sure which part is partially owner occupied. They have semi-gross rents here, but there's a high vacancy, and so I felt comfortable with making a vacancy adjustment on this property. But I don't know enough details about this, but I am comfortable with my value of $10,024,000. Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld, you got some more questions?
Yeah, I'm just want to try to figure this out. Page 13.
Yep.
The areas that you have here, can you just do you know which these premise IDs, which ones belong to which buildings?
I do not know, Mr. Neufeld. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've never inspected the property, so it's hard for me to.
I'm just looking to see if you've broken this down to obviously the 27,500 is the new building, and 70,000 is part of the old building. I'm just wondering what are the other parts that belong to the old building, and what parts belong to the original smaller building.
Well, what I'm assuming, I don't know, because there's Canadian claims on the mailer that occupy 3,000 square feet, and we got a leasable area of 2842 at $6.01. So I could assume that would be reasonable, but I do not know. Just give me 1 sec here, Mr. Neufeld. So we have 4 BA properties listed here, and we have Canadian claims. See, this is what we have here. So even though on the mailer it says 3,000 square feet, for BA purposes, Canada claims is 2842.
Yeah, I just wondering if you know what building they're in.
You know what? Well, there's only 2 buildings. So
Well, there's three
Yeah.
now.
where's the third one?
The one that was added, the 27,500.
Okay, but I just, yeah, oh, yeah, see. Who's the owner?
Sky
The
blue,
owner occupies what space?
sky blue.
Sky Blue, okay. Because Sky Blue is using the 70,000 square feet.
Yeah, they are, but I'm just wondering if you, in your workup here, in your premise IDs, if you have, you know, who's in what building.
I don't, Mr. Neufeld, which is why an inspection is required for this property.
Okay. Then, and then this workup on 13 was the model, and then you've made the change with strictly on the vacancy.
Well, yeah, well, without having more information, it's hard to be super accurate with regards to this. So, and then I question the motivation. If there's a vacancy has been such an issue with this building, why did they do the expansion of 27,000 square feet? Like, you know, like, I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, why did you ask anybody?
Mr. Neufeld, with regards to this property is on appeal at the municipal board in 18 and 20. After an inspection and more research will be done, then there'll be time allowed to do that.
Okay, do you know the footprints of the building?
Well, we have one of the plan areas at 149,490.
Yeah, that's the total plan area of all three buildings, right?
Yes. I don't know anything else beyond that, Mr. Neufeld, which is why this will be discussed at the municipal board.
Oh, I want to discuss it here. Don't, what's the
Unfortunately,
board
Mr.
think?
Neufeld, there are outstanding appeals on this. There needs to be a better understanding of the building. And I don't have much more to add right now.
Okay.
Why'd you say 149?
Because it said on the plan area on the first page of our brief, it said the plan area was 149,490. So I'm guessing that there's probably second floor space.
But you're using 160,720.
Yeah, so you would have 11,000 square foot of second floor space here.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Neufeld, I was cutting in there. Go ahead.
No, I had the same issue. I had different numbers, and I'm really just trying to reconcile this to make so we're on the same page here. That's all. So I have a number that's slightly different. I have 159,891 now, and he's got assessors at 167.20, so I'm just wondering if they're using plan area to calculate their rents, or they're actually looking at leasable area and subtracting for the vertical penetrations. Do you know the answer to that?
Well, we have 7649 as second floor space.
7649.
49.
Oh, okay. So I think there's our discrepancy. 7649. Okay. That's what I was looking for. That's about the number. Our numbers now work out. Okay. The model in this case generated this cap rate of 6.85. Was there any consideration given for the size of the site?
Well, considering that what they're asking for in terms of leasable from previous listings and what we have for a model rent, I think our model rents are very reasonable.
Yeah, I just asked if you'd modeled it anything on size. That was my question.
Well, there's always size. Well, there is economies of scale, and size is also reflected in cap rate.
And the calculation of the land plan area 2.57, how was that determined? Was that by before the addition or after the addition?
Well, doing the math here right now, if we go
Okay, sorry, the plan area. I worked it out.
Yeah, it's
So-
plan area.
Yeah, and that's a little bit below what you would normally expect. Wouldn't you agree that 3 to 4% is typical?
Which is why I question when people ask about land to building ratio. So then why did they expand the property by 27,000 square feet of land to building ratio is such a big issue. So
Okay, but
what it tells me is that there's enough access to the property in its current formulation. And there are other examples that I had a property on Wellington, this appeal, where the land to building ratio was under 4 to 1. And it was similar to our other properties in the St. James Industrial Park area. And it was like 3.5 to 1. And it clearly had stated that there was potential for building expansion on there. And so I always look at the land to building ratio as a bit of a gray area.
yes, well, that's how you look at it. How's the model look at it? Do you know?
The model takes a variety of factors into the consideration process.
Okay, so you don't know that. Is that what fair to say? You don't know for sure?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Doug, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. The new building, is that the one off to the left of the large structure in the picture?
You know what? It
Okay.
doesn't show that. Like based on the diagrams here, I don't know where the new building is.
Okay. And on the building permit it states it was $670,000 and you stated 6.7 million.
You know, I didn't have my glasses on, so if it's $670,000, and so be it.
Okay, thank you.
I counted 4 zeros, and I guess there were only 3.
Well, there's 4.
Is there 4? Well, if there's 4 zeros. Yeah, it's 670. You're right.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Robert?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay. Now, does anybody know how many buildings we have on this lot? Because I've heard 3 and now I've heard 2. Or are we just
Yeah.
using the 106?
You know what? Just give
Or are we
me
just using 50,000 square feet?
just give me 1 sec here, Mr. Larondo. Let's go here.
All I see is 2 buildings. Mr. Neufeld said there was 3.
Well, there's 3 different roof lines, right? So if there's 3 different roof lines, that tells me that there's probably 2016. See? Because
I don't see.
hey, you know how we were talking about the second floor space here? Actually, like
Yeah.
I'm looking at one of my pictures here. On the northwestern corner of the office section, there is, you can clearly see second floor windows on there. And, you know, so that would be a part of the second floor space that we have here. But like when I'm looking at this, like, I don't see any visible, I don't know where it is. Like, I really don't know where this building addition is.
It shows up on Google Earth.
Is it?
Yeah, you gotta move it to, use your historical imagery and move it up to 2022.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, and just wait, 2020. Yeah, and I only go up to 2021, so that's probably why I don't see it. I don't have access to it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what Mr. Neufeld has to say about it. Mr. Neufeld? On with your
Okay.
presentation.
Yeah,
please.
thanks. And I was totally unaware of this addition on it, and it was never put into our workup. I see from an imagery from August of 22 that the building is up, and it's actually located. There's prior to this, there were 2 buildings on the site. And I'm looking at page 1, the big one, it's a 100,000 square foot floor plate. And the assessor saying 7649 for a second level. That's consistent with my inspections. And then the other building is located immediately east of it. And it's a single-story industrial facility. And the new building was built south of that, and almost it's not connected, but there's room there in the south of it, and I'm not doubting this area of 27,500 feet. Would it help the board if I sent the image, or do you have access to that?
Well,
Does it matter?
What I'd like to know is, has there been a permit issued for this place to be used already?
Yes.
I mean, when was it
used.
constructed?
It was used. I don't know for sure. I know that it was the most current Google Earth is showing semi-trailers lined up against it.
Yeah, and I see that as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a white roof.
That's today, correct?
That's in 2022.
Yeah.
So did you do a sup on this building?
Because it was so close in the year, we didn't do a sup on this one. So we did. I believe, I may be wrong here, because I don't see that we did a sup on this building here right now, because we didn't know when the last date of completion. Just give me 1 sec here. Yeah, it was in the summertime, whereby where we made the decision not to do a sup this time.
Was there an occupancy permit granted for that structure?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Because we just give me 1 sec here, because they're gonna switch.
But what's got me confused is Mr. Neufeld says he wasn't aware of it. But what number was he appealing then when he was doing his appeal?
Well, he's using 132,000 square feet, and we're using 160,000 square feet.
But on your first workup, you used 160,000 square feet, correct?
Yeah, that's the city's model. That's what we've used. We used 160,720.
So would he not have been aware of that number? When
Well, he said he clearly stated that he wasn't aware that they added 27,000 square feet.
Okay, I guess we'll hear it and find out.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
the value I have for this application with me is 9,122,192.
122,
192, 9,192.
9 million. But why is it not showing 9 million on here?
I don't know.
The application. So the application.
Well, because
did you change some numbers here is what I'm asking? Because Mr. Newfield's going to be operating under a whole different set of numbers, because if he's appealed 9 million, where did your 10 million or 11 million come from?
our 10 million. Let me pull this up. Oh, don't
Yeah.
tell me. I may not have that. Okay, good. Well, let me just check one thing here before I start any further. History 2023 or the certified. You know what? Yeah. You know, that's on me, everyone. That's on me, because what happens here is that we sent out the application to be 9,192,000.
And that's the number.
That's what we sent out when we closed the roll.
And that's what we should be dealing with today.
Well, you know what? I almost feel that because what ended up happening is that I used the current, I didn't use the supplemental. So I almost feel like in this situation here right now, that this property should be recessed because I'm not in a position to present 9,192,000.
Well,
But
I'm
that's
not
original.
objecting to your new assessment. I think it's an issue with the Board of Revision as to whether they're prepared to automatically bump the today's hearing to the supplemental because the supplemental would have been issued for all of 2023 then. And normal process for them is just to substitute the sup. I'm okay with it. I've got new numbers here and I'm changing my numbers right now. So I don't care.
Well,
No
from what I
objections. I
understand-
just want to get it right.
Well, you might not have any objections, but from what I understand, we can't bump up a number from what the original request was on your mail out. Your mail out said 9,192,000, correct?
Well, it's done. It's done. It's what happens with the supplementals is they get issued between the time we filed and the time of the hearing. So the process is that the first one is consent to replace with the second one. But I don't know if it has to go back to the Board of Revision for them to do the paperwork on that, or you can deal with it here today. It's not a.
I'll have to inquire whether we can even deal with it.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think you may have.
Number you guys are talking about. So I'm going to have to recess and do a little investigating, and then we shall come back after the recess.
Yes,
Okay.
Before we go, guys, just
Yeah.
so I look at this here right now, because I just want to check our information here. So 2023, and what Mr. Neufeld's saying is I'm just looking at assessment, realty. Okay, so what ended up happening here is I have the date August corrected on this. So we sent out a letter to the client on August 8th, 2022, notifying them that the assessment had been increased from 9,192,000 to 11,506,000. So that's what and then at that time, the applicant had the opportunity to appeal it, but I think Mr. Neufeld probably missed the appeal or the property owner didn't get in contact with Mr. Neufeld. And then subsequently, that's where we're at right now.
But they did appeal the 9,192,000.
They did appeal that, yeah. And so
that's what's before us today, correct?
Yeah, but I haven't prepared a brief for that today.
Okay, like I said, I'll need some time to have a discussion on this, and then
give me one sec here. I want to be above board with this process here.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to send it to you guys to what I have access to right now. Copy. So this way you know where I am coming from. No. Here.
I understand where you're coming from, but I got to find out whether I can deal with it, Mayor, or how I can deal with it. But if you could send it to the secretary, I'd appreciate it.
Appeal
just stop his act.
on 2020.
Can we go on break, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Yes.
I just sent it, Jazz. I
Okay,
actually sent it to you as well, Mr. Neufeld.
Set her into recess, Jeff.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're ready. We'll call the meeting back to order. The number that we're going to be dealing with is going to be the 9,192,000, Eric and Rocky. I don't know where you guys both came up with 11,506,000, but the application was for 9,192,000 to be revised, and your deadline for the city filed was within 20 days of that, and it hasn't, you still haven't put in a SUP, have you?
No, what we had done, I sent you the letter that we sent out. There was no SUP for 2023, for 2022. However, we corrected the 2023 assessment and we sent that out on August 8th, where the value was changing from 9,192,000 to 11,506,000. So at that time, the old value of 9,192,000 is null and void, and the new value is 11,506,000. Unfortunately, based on the information, what I'm gathering here, that the applicant did not appeal the 11,506,000. So during that period of time, so with that being said, there's no appeal on this property because the value of 9,192,000 no longer exists.
Well, the 9,192,000 still exists because we haven't dealt with it.
But there was a supplemental there was this notice here that I sent you guys that supersedes the 9 million. So
But you never spent it within the 20.
This application form was completed on June 16th, 2022, based on a letter that we sent out, the initial preview letter.
August 8th.
That's the new letter. So what has happened here right now is that the initial commercial property review letter, just give me one sec here. Assessor review, that's the second one, and assessment notice. We sent out a letter on June 3rd for 9,192,000.
Yeah.
Just let me finish here and I'm going to send it to you, to everyone involved here. Just give me one sec here. Reply all. So the initial that you'll be receiving shortly was on June 3rd, 2022. That value was for 9,192,000. Then if you look at the bottom of that email, when we sent out the supplemental on August 8th, 2022, that value of 9,192,000 became null and void, and the new value for 2023 is 11,506,000.
Just hold on one second, okay? I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I need a pen to write it. Okay, so the original one went out when?
June 3rd, 2022.
June 3rd, 2022. The next one went out when?
August 8th, 2022. Both dealing with the 2023 assessment notice.
So it took beyond.
So what happened is we had conversations.
When was the SUP issued?
There wasn't a SUP issued. There was the new 2023 value that was issued on August 8th, 2022. So we didn't issue a SUP.
It's okay, but you never issued anything within 20 days of June 3rd, correct?
No, Mr. Neufeld did. Mr. Neufeld completed a appeal for 9,192,000 within 20 days of the appeal. However, for the one that was sent out on August 8th, Mr. Neufeld or the owner should have sent out an application for appeal on 11,506,000.
No, the city should have sent out a SUP.
He did send out a letter.
Not a letter, a SUP.
We never sent out a SUP because what will happen is there was no changes to the value in 2022. So the value in 2022 or in 2020 is 7,743,000. The
Correct.
tax bill that was paid for 2022 was 7,743,000.
Yeah.
There was no, we did not issue a SUP. The only information that we had sent to the property owner was that the change of value went from 9.192 to 11,506,000.
But you changed it from his appeal. He had appealed it back in August.
He
In
appealed the
April.
initial value in August, and he should have appealed the second value. He appealed the initial value in June. He should have appealed the second value in August. He didn't do that.
Oh my God. Have you put those, Jess, have you put those numbers in here yet? Those other letters?
Yeah, I just put that in their initial letter with the labeled as assessment notice, and the latest, the August 8th with the supplementary.
Is it at the bottom?
You got it?
The one that says supplementary?
Yeah, the one with it says supplementary, and the other one says assessment notice.
Which one says supplementary?
No. I just labeled it as supplementary.
But it's not supplementary, it's a new notice.
We're getting into some interesting territory here, and I'm wondering if I have to get legal involved.
Yet you don't.
The issue is the assessor has, not the assessor, the Board of Revision has the power to put in the supplement, the assessor advice, and replace it with the original notice. And the Act says that the revision and appeal process set out in Part 8 applies in respect of the amendment, except that an application must be made within 20 days after the day the notice of the amendment was received by the person.
Correct.
Now, so you can replace this if the person has received it. Then what I've been doing is trying to track down to the owner to see if he received it or not. And if he hasn't received it, he's going to, by affidavit, respond and say that he did not receive it, and then the days all move forward. Because this is not a normal assessment style where you can send the assessment out and there must be a receipt in this case. So I'm just waiting for him to respond to me, but I think that that's the normal process, is that it replaces it, and we just have to determine whether or not the owner when the owner received it.
The addresses are exactly the same.
Well, I'm not testifying for him, okay? I'm just saying we have to determine if he
But
received
gentlemen,
it.
the thing is, Rocky, I hadn't heard your information yet, or your presentation yet, but
Yeah.
I took a look at it and saw that you had the 11.5 that was in there. So you were aware of the 11.5.
Just a sec.
Yeah, that's true.
No. That when we prepare these, which would have been in November, we just look it up on the website. That's where our source of information is. And you could see we didn't know because we had 132,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's where I was confused at the beginning.
Yeah, no, we like if we're doing one that's due for evidence today, we search the website and say, what is the assessment, and we put it in there. That's no notice of knowing nothing.
Okay, well, gentlemen, this is the way it's going to be dealt with today. We are going to be dealing with the 9,192,000. We're not going to look at the 11,500,000 because that was not before us and it was not appealed at the beginning. So that's the number we're going to have to deal with, is the $9,192,000 today, using the information that's been brought forward prior. Do you
Well, I
both
would
understand
then,
that?
yes, but I would then request an adjournment to allow the owner to determine if he's received his notice, because this would save him the trouble of paying a second fee. Then the board can just carry it forward, and we can determine it before the end of the appeal cycle, if he is intending on doing that or not. If he has received it, then, you know, the issue is there's nothing for us to talk about.
But if he has received it, he hasn't challenged it.
If he
That's what
has
I'm saying.
received it, yes, exactly. But it's still I still have to determine that. I mean, I have not received anything of the sort. And I've been going through all my correspondence. I talked to Bram, who receives all this in the break. We've got nothing. So he sends us everything when he gets it. To be fair to him, and then I checked up something else which is of interest, is that I know where his office is, and I appeal his office, and he's not listed as an addressee in the office. So he did some reconfiguration in his building on Provencher, and he moved his office out of there, and he's working on leasing it all up. So there's enough
All
there.
All I'm saying, the original application that came forward was the $9,192,000.
That's all we knew
Okay.
at the time. Yeah.
And that's what we have to deal with. We cannot deal with this other information that's coming
No.
before us now.
No,
It's
you
not-
you can give me an adjournment. That's the way you can give me, and if I can't prove it in a short period of time, then the appeal is null and void. You're not going to hear anything today because we know there's nothing to challenge. So it's just a question of, can I save another $560 appeal fee on the supplemental? And the act says I can, if I can show non-receipt.
But we still have to deal with only the $9,192,000.
But past procedure has been to adjourn it to see if the supplemental paperwork is adequate. If we do it probably this year, I think we've done it 5 or 6 times where there was a supplemental issued by the city assessor after the rolls closed. And as a matter of fact, we have one on a property now, two apartment blocks where they told me they're going to issue one. So the board agreed to adjourn it to wait for the supplemental, at which point in time the new number comes in. So that's the way the system works and the act allows. In this case, I don't know if this is a complete surprise to the owner, and it's not fair to cancel his rights. That's all. And force him to pay another $560.
All I'm saying is we will hear it today, but he's going to have to deal with it today.
Well, I want it adjourned.
And I'm saying we're not going to adjourn it. We
Can
are
you-
going to deal with what's for us today. I can leave it till the end of this meeting and we'll deal with it then.
Okay,
But I'm
let's
not-
leave it to the end of the meeting then. And I'll.
And you guys can dot your i's and cross your t's.
No,
But let me go. Are my colleagues in Jazz there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're gonna lay this over till the end of the meeting and then we're gonna deal with it then. Okay, Jazz?
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Yeah,
That's okay with everybody there?
yes.
it works for me.
Yeah, let's see how far we can get on the other stuff first and come back. Are you okay with that, Merrick?
Well, it's out of my hands, right?
I know.
It's
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I see in front of me here right now. Whatever the powers to be are the powers to be. It's just from the city's perspective, it's just like they appeal everything else. This one got missed, unfortunately, and it happens. That's how I see it, but that's beyond my control.
Let's see.
Out of my
what we do
pay
with
grade.
that.
Out of my pay grade, Mr. Lorando.
Out of mine as well, so. We're gonna leave
Let's
this
start
one
off
to
with
the end.
Mr. Lajwodi property.
Parking, we're coming back to. So we're gonna move on to Lajimodiere.
File number is 22-3066. Roll number 060502200000. We have an assessed value of $7,480,000. Year built between 75 and 77. Wall heights 20. We have a leasable area of 88,743, and we're asking that the value be confirmed. Property owner has completed the income and expense mailer on a timely basis, and we got a variety of rents here, showing some as old as 1991. That was for 30 years, 25 years, and then we got that 550 and 525. And then, we got some more recent ones at $7, $8.81, $6.50, a wide variety of leases that have taken place here. On page 3 is the subject property pictures that we have on file. We have 2 separate buildings here, and on the top of page 4 is the second building. And it's located on 845 Lajimode, which is, just south of Dougal, but north of the CN train station, or the CN lines. On it, what we have on page 5 is just an overview of the subject property. Unit offers a nice finished office and showroom area of approximately 1,000 square feet, with the remaining being warehouse. Warehouse ceiling height is 18 feet. There's dock level loading. Bonus mezzanine floor, which is comprised of boardroom, lunchroom, and 2 additional offices. Property has good on-site parking, both for tenants and customers. And what we have on page 6 is just where it is location-wise, and just how it looks from above. As you can see here, the total area is 88,743 square feet. There are 18 different premises here, and the rents are in the high $6 to the $7 range. And our overall blended rent for this property is $6.87. Using 3% vacancy, 3% expenses, $385 for shortfall, we come up with a net operating income of $564,743. And using a 7.5% cap rate, we come up with $7,480,000. In the area, so what we've done is I've taken some similar leases that are more recent and up to date. The oldest one being from 2017. And the leasable areas, because as you can see, for most of the PIDs, most of them are under 10,000 square feet, like under 5,000 square feet. And I got some PIDs here from 2,000 to 8,000 to 13,000. And we're showing a range of rents from $650 to $750. On page 9 is another overview of the mailer. We discussed the cap rate studies. And now I'm going to reference you to page 18 on our brief here. So what we have here is just showing some of the leases that are in place here, the older ones that are really, really low, and some higher ones which are growth. So for example here, if you look at the second lease that for the area of 1,223, we're using a commercial rent of $1,251. The next one underneath that is a commercial rent of $1,688. Another one is at $1,388. So even with our shortfall of $3.85, these net rents are, $8, $9. Another one here that we have, which is an older lease of 10,000 square feet, which is at $475. So as we go through the mailers here, I think overall the 687 that we're using seems to be very fair and reasonable. And then on the bottom of page 19, the vacancy is actually 0. There's no vacancy at the building currently at the end of 2020. That concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Rocky, any questions?
Yes. Just double checking here, page 7, your workup, was this all done by the model?
Yep.
And did you have a chance to compare the model generated income to the actual income?
No, I did not.
But you do have it on your page 16 and 17, correct?
Yes, I do. And so I could look at it here right now. Yeah. And what's the question?
How does it compare to the actual?
Well, so we're showing a net income of $30,000, $30,742.
What? $30,000?
Yeah.
Oh, you're probably looking at a month line.
No, I'm going to actual year to
Oh,
date.
yeah,
actual.
yeah. Right. I see that. But then, of course, there's some amounts that wouldn't be have to get added back in, cash to owner and interest,
Yeah.
which is 392,000. So it's
So
400.
if you have 392 and 194, 392 plus 194.
Where's the 194?
Well, just wait. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you're looking at budget line.
I'm looking at the budget. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's like I said here.
It's the actual line. It's it's 422 on here. You see that? When you go to the bottom line.
422. The actual net income's 422.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just curious because your net income's 360 and the mailer says 422.
No, that's without you're reading in without vacancy or anything. I'm just looking at potential income. Was there any vacancy listed on page 19?
On page 19 of my brief, it says no vacancy.
Right.
But just wait. There's no vacancy on the bottom of page 18 and no vacancy on the bottom of page 19.
No, so there's no vacancy, and the statement says that works out to 422,000 then, correct?
I don't see that. Yeah, it's like I said, there's so many line items here that be considered that you need to be considerate of that. I haven't done enough research to comment on it.
Okay, so it's just all the model, and that's now I'm just curious here. In this case, the model came up with a cap rate of 7.55% for a 1975 construction, and a building we heard earlier on Border 1975 construction was 6.4%. So what makes the difference?
The one that was 6.4 was a lot smaller, was 18,000 square feet, Mr. Neufeld.
No, it was that's a different building you're thinking of. It was 80,000.
The one that was 80,000 square feet, which was 1215 Border.
115,000 Border, 115,000 on Border, and that capped at 6.4. And I'm just wondering how the model can do this and jump around like this.
Because the effective age of that building is probably newer, Mr. Neufeld.
No, they were identical at 1975. I said that in my question.
19. So which one are you referencing, Mr. Neufeld?
1347 Border.
So 1347 Border. I'm looking at the income workup right now. We have a 6.4% cap rate with 116,000 square feet.
Right.
Right. 1972.
Multi-tenant.
You know what? I would have to do further research on that, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
it
too
is
sure.
an
I'm not too
that-
sure why, but you know what? If you've asked a good question, and I want to do my best to give you a good answer.
Okay, it was a
And
good
so-
question. Thank you. That's
No,
all I had to ask.
Mr. Neufeld, just bear with me here for 1 sec here. 0170500. I'm curious now. And I still may not be able to answer this, so bear in mind here, income stream. Yep. Not sure why. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions. Let's go on with your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, we are using the actuals, and just to show you how we came to the number of 459,000, on page 3, the column marked actual, what we did was took the net income showing of 30,000 and pretty much added back in all the non-recoverables, because there's a separate category for an allocation for those non-recoverables, and some of them don't belong at all. And that's how we got to 459,000 as the income, which is an average of 518 a square foot. The building, just you'll note this, that it is not a net building, because the recoveries are 268,000 and the recoverable costs are 356,000. So it's a semi-gross building, and this is the only way you can do it, is go to the bottom line and work backwards. To that, we put a 6% vacancy. That's the average of the citywide rate and the St. Boniface rate. And I mentioned that's the single tenant. The multi-tenant would be higher. I'm not going to change that. Then we put the non-recoverables back in at 5%, or wait, no, those are the actuals. You see, we put them back in afterwards, the actuals. You could modify that and make that 5%, and it's 21,500 or so, 20,600. But someone was being clever here. But at least we're showing you where all the numbers came from. It's from the statement. So with the addition of with the vacancy and shortfall, this drops the NOI to 360,000, which is fair. And we've actually capped it lower than the assessor. And again, it's a Class C building. It Class C plus building. It's not a B. But I think the main reason that we felt that, we're trying to be consistent with all of our rates in and around the 7% mark of these C and D industrials, and that gets us a value of 5,156,000, and that's my presentation.
Eric, any questions?
Yeah, on page 3 of your brief, you have office rent at $599 or five. Just give me one sec here. It's 538 or 539. It's 550, 556, and you have 459, and I don't see where there would be approximately $90,000 in deductions.
I guess you weren't listening.
No, I didn't understand it, so I couldn't stop you. So
go down to common area recovery.
No, I'm not looking at the common area recoveries. I am just looking at the office rent.
These are semi-gross rents. They under recovered. So that's how you check this. You can see that the recoveries were in this year 263,000, 264,000 approximately. That's 162 minus 4,900 plus 106,000. That's how much they're getting for recoveries. Then if you go to the next page, under total recoverable expenses, 356,000.
Okay. There's your slow down, Mr. Newfeld?
That's your shortfall.
Can you slow down and start all over again, please?
Okay. Are you on the right column?
I'm on page 3. I'm looking at year-to-date actual.
The year-to-date actual. Okay. Under 556, go down 4 rows. Common area recovery, 162.
162, okay.
Okay, at 162, 413. And then there was a shortfall from previous years, which we take off. So 4915. And then we add back in tax recovery, 106,265. So for this year, the number is 263,763 in recoveries. Now we've moved to recoverable expenses, which is the next several categories and subcategories. So you would have to move down to page 2 of the statement, and about 3/4 of the way down, total recoverable expenses. The number is 356,969.
Okay, yep.
So that's how much they collected 263,000, but they paid out 356,000. So that's how you know you're dealing with a semi-gross or gross lease situation. So that's the shortfall of $93,206 on income. Taking that shortfall of 93,000, one could just apply it to the office rent at 556,804. And that would then indicate a potential rent of about 463,000. We have 459, and that was for an adjustment somewhere in the we put in the non-recoverable of there's a $4,000 short difference, and that would be I'm not sure, but it's a small number, and I didn't do the workup, but that's how we got to the net rent calculation.
So is the property tax appeal of $13,000, is that a recoverable expense?
Where's this line item?
Well, I'm looking at on page, like the page 2 on the second
Oh,
portion.
yeah. That's part of the any expense that relates to the income stream is an expense, and the expenses that don't get included are capital expenses, interest, and in the case of under non-recoverables, the leasing costs, which go to the non-recoverable category, but they're still, they have to be accounted for. They just stabilize differently. Every expense is, everything that impacts the cash flow is included.
No other questions? No other questions? Mr. Lorando's off. You can't hear us.
I'm talking away and I wonder why nobody hears me.
Just like
Doug,
normal.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, there you go, making fun of me again. Robert, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Good. And on this one,
Just a comment.
Mr. Neufeld, your non-recoverables, that was the actual, the 36,000. So
Yes.
it would be at 5%, it would be at
I think 21.6.
21.6.
Yeah.
I actually have one question. Oh, sorry.
Can I finish on? So
Sorry,
that 21.6 would adjust that, correct?
Yeah. And that's an appropriate number to put in instead of the 36,000. I think someone just had a sense of humor.
Okay.
Not me. I have none.
Merrick, you said you had another question.
Well, yeah, so the point is, because this would impact the profitability.
Oh, wait a sec. I mean, let me go back to Mr. Lorendo's question. It was actually, I thought of the appropriate answer. No, if you're dealing with a net building, then you use the percentage. We're dealing with a gross building. So that's why we did it this way.
That's why you used actual.
Yeah, because it's a gross building.
Okay. Go ahead, Merrick. Question.
So I'm just looking at the bottom of page 3, page 2 here.
You're locking up on us. Is it just me or is it locked up on everybody?
No, I hear fine.
Okay. Oh, you can hear Merrick?
Oh, his picture went away.
Yeah, he died there.
Oh,
Jess, are you there?
4.
Jess, are you there? I've lost everybody with you. Anybody in the room? I'm still here.
I got kicked out. All of a sudden it went, I
Yeah.
got radio silence.
Hold on, I want to see if Jess, are you guys in the room still working here? Or? The room's gone too. Jess? Doug? Can one of you talk in that room?
They're unmuted.
They're not muted.
I didn't realize they had the mute button on.
No, they're just dead. They don't have a mute button.
Okay. My connection's been unstable today sporadically.
Yeah, that was the first time you blinked out on me.
Okay.
Let's just see if they come back. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. I forget where we are now. Anyway, I think Merrick, you had the floor. You were asking a
Yep,
question.
thank you. So looking at page 3 of Mr. Neufeld's brief, section where it says page 2, we have crosstown credit union interest of almost $63,000. Then we have cash to owner at $330,000. And then we got we got the net income of almost $31,000. So that would make if I remember correctly, that would make the net operating income 424, which is significantly higher than the net income that Mr. Neufeld's reported at 360. So I'm just want to get clarification on that.
No, sorry, you're incorrect. This is a potential income calculation, not a net income, because there's no vacancies. I think we went over that already. This compares to the 459 we've used, and the 459 versus the 422, and the other difference being is we also took out the leasing commissions because they would be addressed in the non-recoverables.
So, but I just want to get an understanding of the cash to owner of the $330,000 and the interest rate and the net actual income.
I think it's perfectly straightforward, and our calculation was done correctly.
Okay, so it doesn't raise a flag for you that the owner got $330,000 cash and how that impacted the net income?
That comes out of the income that's generated by the net operating income. That's how he gets paid for his investment. That's what is the net operating income.
Oh, no other questions. Thank you.
And I think we've already dealt with it on our end, so. Correct? Mark, Doug, you don't have any questions, do you? I think we went through this part.
Yes, I just had a comment, but I can look after. Thank you.
Okay,
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
gentlemen, let's move on to 90 Creek Bend Road then, please. Give us a minute to get it up, please. Six.
Can I go?
Can you give me a charger? I'm gonna go dead. I gotta get a charger for my thing. I'm going dead.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. Okay, I got power. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
File number is 22-1828. Roll number is 080212-19700. Address is 90 Creek Bend Boulevard Road. And I thought this was interesting. The owner is a numbered company based out of the Northwest Territories. The 2023 value is $5,914,000, and I'd like for it to be confirmed. So we have this located here as three buildings here, 4 premises. Actually, year built between 2012 and 2019. The wall height is 9 to 10 feet. We have a leasable area of 94,106, and the land to building ratio is 1.77. What we have here is we're asking for the value to be confirmed, and this is not like any other subject property out there. This is a self-storage warehouse which collects rents on individual units here. So I haven't been able to figure out how many units there are, but Mr. Neufeld may be able to provide that information. Property owner did fill out the income and expense mailer in 2020. And what I have here is some subject property pictures just showing them advertising for St. Anne's self-storage. And some pictures they offer month-to-month rentals. There's a little office area and showing some pictures of some of the services that they have here. And the location of this building's right at the St. Anne's in the perimeter, just like sort of south of Royalwood of the St. Anne's, on St. Anne's. On page 4, you can see some additional pictures of the subject property with regards to the different buildings that are there. So when I go through the presentation here, I'm going to go over what we have by the model generated value. And then I also want you to take a look at the next page over on page 7. So what we have here is we have 407,524 square feet of area, and based on the 94,106. So our blended area, 407,526 divided by 94. My big fingers are leading to my demise. 524 divided by 94,106. Oh, 7. Yeah, it works out to $4.33, which is very, very low. We have 3% vacancy, 3% of our expenses, shortfall of 385. To come up with a net operating income of 372. But before I go any further, if you look at page 7 of my brief, on the opposite page there, for net operating rental income, they're reporting $718,000 as rental income, which is significantly higher than the 407,524 that we're using here. So that is what they reported in 2020. And after we did all the expenses with our calculations at 372,570, 6.3% cap rate, we came up with a value of $5,914,000. So the next question, and Mr. Neufeld will be able to answer this for us, is that how do they generate $718,000 worth of value? So if you look at page 7, so they got 5x5 leasing space at $88 per month. Then they have another 5x5 space at $110 a month. And then they have another space at $110. And as we go through it, as the sizes increases, there's a difference between the non-heated and the heat and the climate. There's 149, 165 for 5x10 or 10x10, another $165. And this is all per month here. So they're getting $165 per month on each one of these spaces here. And there's a number here for you to call to reserve. If you want a 10x10 foot space, it ranges from 216 to 249, 8x15, 246 to 230. So you can see all these different rental rates here that come about it. So without doing an inspection and not being able to count it, I'm just wondering, how do they get that amount of money? So now we have rents here for 10x20 space at $395 a month. And then we got some additional ones here. So what I have here on the bottom of page 10 is I'm just showing, see, because there are no comparables to self-storage units, because these self-storage units are similar to apartment block, whereby, apartment block, if there's like 20 units per space, each space derives a rental rate. In here, it's hard for me to assume here because I didn't really count, but just roughly speaking, I would say there's at least 100 units here, if not more. And so that's what we have here with regards to rental rates on page 10 of similar properties. What is interesting though, is on page 11, we have another self-storage place here. It's on 2061 Brookside Boulevard. Similar concept, but the sizes are a bit larger. And so what they're doing is you can see pictures on page 11 of what it looks like here on Brookside Boulevard. And then on the next page here, these are showing the gross rents that we have here. So I have a number of spaces that are being leased from 435. All the areas are 435, and the rental rates are from 525 to 650. And just showing all the examples here of what we have here. So these rental unit spaces here are deriving a lot of money. So if we're using at a gross rent of $15, $16, and if we're using a $4 shortfall, we're dealing with rents at $11 to $12, significantly higher than what we have here at the 433. These properties are very hard to assess because we don't actually get the true data that's out there. But going back to page 16, we're showing what they're showing here for actual rents at 718. And in 2018, they are showing the 2018 mailer 2019 none is provided. Is showing that it is owner occupied and that there's gross rents involved. And what I've done for 2021 is, even though it's post-reference, they're only claiming a 3% vacancy. And what they've shown here. On page 18, here are the actual mailers that we have here, which is interesting, right? So in 2017 and 2016, they're reporting revenue of $1 million and 828. And you go through the expenses and everything like that as you're going through here. And what's really interesting, what was a flag for me, is that that they have a rent there of $660,000. Well, the business is to rent out space to the tenants and they derive revenue. So I'm not too sure what this 660 is, but it's showing that their revenues are, in the $1 million range, which is significantly higher than what the agent has produced today. That concludes my formal presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Rocky, questions?
Yeah, you asked a lot of questions yourself during the presentation. What's your experience level then with self-storage? You admitted it's rather incomplete. Is that the right word?
Colliers has provided a lot of great information with regards to why this is a great investment. Why self-storage is attractive to real estate investors. So I'm looking at a lot of the knowledge here. I don't understand how. What I don't understand is how revenue is so high, yet you're reporting it to be so low.
So would this be you don't have a lot of experience then with self-storage? Is that a fair point to make?
I have more experience than I did 6 months ago.
But given you asking a lot of questions,
because what I don't understand is I don't understand why there's such a contradiction between the net income that you've provided and what's been provided by the owner.
On page just back this up here, page 6. Was this generated by the model?
This is a model generated value, correct?
Okay. Do you know how these model rates came about?
Based on the income expense mailers that we receive. Getting data with regards to self-storage centers is really hard for us to evaluate.
But
so
you know the history of how self-storage and ended up being treated this way in the assessment department?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. On page 11, you brought up 2061 Brookside. You are aware that that's a truck bay rental?
They're larger spaces, but the concept is the same here. So when we look at the information that's provided to us
Can
from
you park
the
trucks
website,
inside? Can you park trucks inside the subject?
but the concept is, if you
Can
look
you-
at page
can you-
10 of my brief,
I'm
we
just
have
asking a direct
areas.
question, yes or no. Can you park trucks inside the subject?
I have not inspected that property. So I
On
do not know.
page 17, you brought up renting paid. Did you check who the directors are of St. Anne's Storage and of the company, the numbered company of Northwest Territories? Have you checked the directors and compared them?
Well, what I did pull the title for this property, and I noticed that there is a $7.8 million loan from the numbered company to Access Credit Union. And so I do have that information to that.
We're going to be here all day if you want to focus on not answering the question. Do you know the relationship between the operator of the company and the property owner?
All I know is that the business is in Winnipeg, that the owner lives in Grand Forks, and it's a numbered company in Northwest Territories.
Okay, all right. So that's all you know. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Robert, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Rocky, on with your presentation, please.
Yes, thank you. This is a property type where I suppose I can take a great deal of personal credit on. In that, when we started doing self-storage maybe 20 years ago, the city just treated it like industrial. And over the years, there was an agreement on the method of valuation, because these are short buildings, low ceiling height, some are unheated, the stalls are unheated, some are heated. We ended up with a generally acceptable rate of $5 on heated and $3 on unheated. And that hasn't been changed over the years. You'll note that we put 409,000 as our net income and the assessors at 407,000. So strange as it may seem, we did work out something with the assessment department on a somewhat permanent basis. So it's not the income that's a question, because all the income from a self-storage includes business income. And therein lies the problem. How do you separate the business income from the real estate income? And this is how it was done, which we are in agreement with. Now, the areas where we differ are they're all smaller areas, but they add up. Vacancy at 3%, the assessor says, and we're at 6%. In the world of self-storage, a healthy vacancy rate is in excess of 10%. Because if you don't have room to bring in new people or new storage, then you got to expand. Now, if you take a look at the picture on page 1, this operation was built in 4 stages. And every time they hit high occupancy rates, they added another building. These are kits, by the way. You buy them, they're about $18 a foot for the unassembled, unheated storage kits. And then you pay someone to put them up. So it's just single gauge, single wall, gauge wall steel and doors. And that's what you do, is you keep striving. Now, the rate should be at 10%. The person who wrote it up wasn't aware of that. And the assessor, by the way, in his evidence, he discussed a 3% rate. And I've just asked you to take a close look at the rest of that particular mailer. 22,000 square feet of space, 3%. So that represented some past history. That's when they had to expand. I mean, Colliers actually leads the field in the evaluation of self-storage, and we do it with the business income, to be clear. But we also have the experience in knowing how we represent some of the largest operators across nationally. And Oliver Teig is our national guy in front of self-storage. We do a self-storage cap rate study, believe it or not. Now, let's just get on to the other issues. So vacancy, it's got to be higher. Non-recoverables, of course they exist because it's all gross rents. You're carrying empty space. You've got a ton of non-recoverables. The statements, I can't even begin to delineate how much of that is non-recoverable on the expense side because they're gross rents. So you have to have an allowance for it. Our shortfall calculation came in a fair bit higher, but that's just the nature of the operation. The expense loads are higher on these because the heat loss on these are incredible. They're okay. The insulated ones, I think, have like an R20 quality to them. It's not so there's a lot of utility costs on these, and you got to keep running them. And the big problem, of course, are the sprinklers. You have two classes of sprinklers. You got wet, and then you got energized ones, which in the unheated portion, which are kept under pressure. And you got to be running your expenses on those. It actually costs more to put in sprinklers on these than it does to build them. Our NOI therefore is a bit lower than the assessors. We're at 332 and they're at 372, and it's just because we're treating it real costs in there. Our cap rate is surprisingly aggressive, and it is higher than the assessors, but not by much. But it's a subtle and clear difference. We just put it in the middle of the A and B, and the reason is probably more subjective than anything. Self-storage was one of the few categories that performed well during COVID, and it appears to be fairly recession proof. It's not going to generate big value increases every year, but it is the business is stable, and COVID was not an impact to it. One of the few properties, which is why we thought a more aggressive rate was appropriate, and we just positioned this halfway between A and B of our calculation. And this also fits in with our national guidelines. This is a good quality rate for self-storage in on a national basis. The rates range from 6.5% to 9%, and there's a whole bunch of categories that. And I'm just checking if this was included in here or Collier's cap rate report for self-storage. No, it's not here. Testifying verbally. So that is the top number for self-storage, and that's our value. Thank you.
Question, Merrick.
So this $5 and $3 rental rate that you talk about, when was this agreement signed, or do you have any documentation to support that here?
Well, the first time it was signed is shown on page 6.
On page 6 of your brief?
Yeah.
And so what year was this signed? 2013. So that's almost, that's like 9 years away from the reference date, or 8 years from the reference date. Haven't rental rents gone up since then?
This is a hypothetical method, and I don't know what your point is, because our income using this method is 409,000. Yours is 407. I'm telling you, the model embraced it.
But the model's being under assessed, because then explain to me this, Mr. Neufeld. I have the mailer, I have income recoveries. So if you look at my brief here, so they're reporting $718,000 on the actual mailer, yet you're only reporting $400,000. Let me just double check here. Explain to me the discrepancy there. Because it seems like you want to use an agreement which is 9 years old, but you don't want to use the current revenue.
First of all, I already told you that income includes business income. Secondly, the 718,000 would be a reflection of gross income.
So,
And there are costs associated with running this that are not typical in a real estate investment. You do take into account the cost of staff in this case, which you wouldn't do necessarily in real estate. In real estate, you might have a management fee. In this case, the staff cost is higher because you're charging all of that to the business operation. The other income that's included in there, and this varies by site to site, is some have mailboxes in their rentals, all of them sell locks, all of them sell accessories, some have truck rentals in their income. So this was an agreement that was to reflect stabilization of the rents, and it took into account that these are short-lived building improvements. And how could anyone get more for $3 for an unheated 9-foot high single wall steel shed?
well, they're asking on a yearly basis between 150, between $50 for, well, okay, before we start, how many units are there, how many individual units are there, Mr. Neufeld?
I don't know. I'd have to check that.
Okay, so, but the point is, how do you derive, okay, and so what's the difference here? So you're talking about business value. Okay, in an apartment block, there are individual units that are rented out and they derive an income. What's the difference between an apartment block that derives 20 units that each individual unit is charged on a monthly basis compared to a self-storage unit that's charged on a monthly basis? To me, I see no difference. Like this business value that you speak of, it's revenue coming in and its expenses to come up with net operating income. I don't see the difference between an apartment block and a self-storage in terms of the functionality of the business model.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't apologize for your own shortcomings. I can only tell you that, as a repeat for the third time, is that income includes non-realty income and expenses are higher. This is a method to stabilize them.
Yeah. And
which both parties have agreed to. Why are we even having this debate? Our income isn't at stake today, is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Neufeld. I'd like to request a 15-minute adjournment for personal reasons.
Okay. We're gonna take a 15-minute for.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
See everyone at 1 o'clock then.
See you at 1.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're live.
Yeah.
I'll call the meeting back to order. Rocky, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're good. I do believe we're at you presenting now, correct?
What property were we on?
The self-storage one.
Oh, no
I was asking questions.
questions.
Oh, you were asking questions? I'm sorry, Merrick.
Yep, no problem.
Continue with your line of questioning. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, because I don't think Mr. Neufeld answered it, so I just want to understand the difference in the concept of an apartment block rental rate and the self-storage rental rate, because to me the concept seems very similar, whereby care and control over 150 square feet, care and control over 800 square feet, and just with regards to the business value component of it, because to me the calculation should be more simple, and I don't understand where the difference is.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, I'm just going to step in. You guys have been debating this back and forth now for a while, and you're really very close on the numbers on that anyway. So if you want to debate it later on, and when you do another attack on these things, bring it forward. But right now, you guys are close to the numbers, so I don't know why we're discussing when you're by minimal amount on the rents.
Well,
If you don't agree with the rents, you should be putting them up higher on yours at the beginning. So let's go on to finish your line of questioning. If you have some other questions on it, please.
you know what? I think everyone's tired. I think we're good.
Rocky, can you make your presentation, please?
No, I did mind it.
You did this presentation. When I answer questions, Marcel, you answer, you ask questions, and then we're done.
And then we're done. Okay. We're on to you, Doug. Do you have any questions on this one?
No, I'm good on this one. Thank you very much.
Robert, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Then I've got no questions. So we're going to move on to 1661 Dugald, I do believe. Give us a minute to get it up, gentlemen. I guess I should have done this while we were waiting. That would have been the right thing to do. Come on. When you are ready, Merrick,
Yes.
read it on.
File number is 22-3283. Roll number 06050229,000. Roll number address is 1661 Dougal Road. The initial assessed value was 1,668,000. And building was built in 1981, 1982, wall heights 20 feet. We have 18,560 square feet as leasable area. We have a land to building ratio of 5.3 to 1. And at the time, I've asked to reduce the value to 1,552,000 based on, I guess there was an issue at vacancy at one point, which is why I made the adjustment. And you can see my work up on page 2.
Okay. And Rocky, are you okay with that 1,552,000? 380?
I think we're gonna live with the NOI and just discuss capitalization.
Okay, let's do that then.
No.
Merrick, let's just discuss the cap on it.
No, if we're going to discuss it, we're going to discuss it all, because if you actually look at the rent in place here,
Well, let's
like in terms of, well,
discuss it all then. Let's go.
97. You know. Yeah. Yep, okay, so moving forward here, property owner has been compliant with regards to filling out income and expense mailers. We have a gross rent on file on 2016 where it was a 5-year lease at 2,896 square feet of leasable area. Rent was 1,207. And so if we take $3.85 or $4 off of that, that would make our net rent $8 a square foot. And we're using $6.14. So, you know, I feel very comfortable with the rent that we've used here as an overall value, and relatively speaking to what the value was in 2020. Here's the location of the subject property on page 4 and 5. What we have here is in terms of the areas here, you know, multiple business units here. You know, at 113,659, we cut our rental rate 614, 3% loss for vacancy, expenses 3%, 385 for shortfall. Came up, what we had here is I had reduced it using our 6.3% vacancy. My recommended value was 1,552,000. Here's some comparable rents that are in the neighborhood, all similar to the, you know, all in the St. Boniface area, similar to 845 Lagimodier, where we were looking at some beforehand, all within the range. And here's some macroeconomic factors that have taken place here with regards to, because in a previous hearing, Mr. Neufeld had stated that the industrial marketplace has gone down in value. And the information from the local industry leaders talk about the industrial rates with regards to key industrial trends, with vacancy remaining flat to 3.9. How it continues to be a leasing demand in Winnipeg with regards to warehousing logistics, and just some overall information with regards to rents. The subject property is on Dougal Road, which is in the east part of Winnipeg. You know, where we're looking at the rents here of 1052, shortfall of 456, vacancy at 4.1. And we've discussed all the cap rate information. Thank you. That concludes my formal presentation.
Mr. Neufeld, you have some questions?
Yeah, I'm not going to go over this in detail, but just page, there's some inconsistency what you said. Page 3, you said that the lease was $12.07.
No, what happened here, and so one of the leases here, we have a subject property lease here on 3B, and I'm trying to expedite the process here. So on page 3, we have, it's listed as $12.07 gross on 3B.
Gross, yeah, that's all I was asking. So
Okay,
it's
but I
mislabeled.
need to finish this though, but on
It's
page
not net, it's
14,
gross. Right.
but on page 14, I have three more leases in place here where the gross rents are 1446, 1318, and 1207. There has been an issue with vacancy, so I made that adjustment for that. And the rents here are semi-gross, so I feel sort of
That's
comfortable
all.
with regards to
All I'm
that.
clarifying is the $12 was a gross rate, which included taxes and utilities, correct?
Well, that's what we have reported here, yes.
Okay, it was just to clarify the typo, we'll call it here on page 3. It's not net.
Where does it say net?
On top of the 1207.
Oh, 1207 says, yeah, but then I put gross there where it says tenant.
Right. That's all I was trying to clarify. You don't have to take all day trying to hammer this out.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Neufeld, you like when I give you long answers.
So, in regards to the workup cap rate on page 6, was this done by the model?
Yes, it was.
Oh, we've heard a number of properties today with ages ranging from 1959 to 1997, and this is the lowest one of all of them. Isn't that a slight concern that that this one is coming in at 6.3, and you've got a range of other properties that are higher?
No, because the size is smaller than the other properties. This one's 18,000 square feet. And compared to some of the older ones, it's a 1982 build. So a 6.3% vacancy seems reasonable.
Well, if you say the size, they have one unit empty and they're declaring 25% vacancy. Do you think that an investor likes the idea of losing one unit and suffering a 25% vacancy?
But overall, the net rent would overcome the fact that the vacancy, maybe if he would ask a lower rent, then subsequently he wouldn't have the vacancy issue. And overall looking at it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll deal with it in mine. It's not the question I was asking. That's all.
Doug, do you have any questions?
Not for me, thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, your presentation, please.
I'm going to just deal with the cap, I think we both have the same income, virtually to a few dollars on the income after vacancy. The cap rate issue is, as I was trying to ask a question, is that if you have 4 units and one goes vacant, you're suffering a 25% vacancy loss. If you have a bigger building with more units, like we heard 1347 Border and 845 La Jamodier, we thought you could be more aggressive on the cap, because if you lost one building there, you may only suffer a 5 to 8% vacancy, and the investor's cash flow would be more secure. And that is the problem with smaller buildings. They do not cap better. They cap worse. The problem in the marketplace is a lot of these smaller buildings sometimes get sold for the non-investment value. We're not here to look at non-investment value. We're here to apply the income approach. Small is bad. And going back to our Collier's study, if we try to characterize where does this one fit, and I'm looking on page 42, 42, industrial, not a class A, not a class B. It's a C- or D+. And the good part about it is got a good land allocation. It's on Googled. And the bad part about it is that it's small units and the other factors that we had pointed out on page 2. So looking at all of them, we went to outside of that range, the C-, D+, be about 7%. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Merrick, any questions?
Would vacancy be an issue if they were asking us $6 or $7 rent for this building? Net?
Well, if you actually calculate the net rents, they are in the neighborhood of actually, I hadn't done that here.
You're reporting a $985 rent.
Yeah, that's because it's skewed by 2 issues. One is the owner's space was improved. They operate a tech company. And the second, there's another tenant who, with his space, gets the compound in the back. So that's what's skewing it off. And you know, the normal net rate is. I'm just looking for my statement here. You could pretty much calculate. I'll find yours. It's easier here. Yeah, that's about $5. Yeah, your normal net is about mid-6s. So no, that's not a factor.
So in terms of this building here, did you appeal the 2018 or 2020 value to the municipal board?
I don't recall.
Okay, because the value that you're seeking here is below the 2018 value, and real estate values haven't gone down in Winnipeg. So that's why I'm just wondering why you're seeking a lower value.
Well, I'm sorry, my company is the one who sells properties. They have gone down. There's been no sales. They're only properties, sectors that have shown any growth in the last 2 years before April 1st, 2021 are multifamily land and high cube warehouse located in Rosser. The rest of them are dying. Not dying, I'm exaggerating. The rest of them are not doing well. See, COVID happened.
So so on page 9 of my brief, it shows that market rents have gone up, you know?
Well, you should brought those people in to testify then.
No further questions, thank you.
Get Rennie in.
Okay. Doug, do you have any questions?
No questions for me at this time. Thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I've got no questions at this time. And Mr. Neufeld is done. Anything in summation, Merrick?
Nope.
Anything in summation, Rocky?
No, thanks.
Okay, that'll conclude that matter. Let's move on to the next one, which is 2800 Saskatchewan Avenue.
File number is 223271. Roll number is 07439044000. Assessed value that we have is $1,349,000. Original property was built in 1963. We have effective age of 1979. We have a leasable area of 10,452 square feet, and we have a very high land to building ratio of 10:1. Looking at the subject property, they have completed their income and expense mailer information. There was a sale on this property of $800,000 in 2010, where it almost doubled between 340 from 2000 to 2010. And the major lease for this property is a 10-year lease with the Department of National Defense. Almost 90% of the building at $11.48. Page 2 has some pictures of 3 of the subject property and where it's located at. And on page 4, you can see where there's where all the surplus land is located at on page 4. Some highlights from that we have for this property: 2800 Saskatchewan Avenue. Property has a building on site consisting of 1,000 square feet of nicely developed office space and 5727 of warehouse space. There's also potential for 2 separate offices that can devise to be 2,300 square feet and 1,630 square feet. Building features a 15 feet ceiling to the underside to the joists, automatic overhead grade level doors with the ability to drive through, phase 3, 200 amp electrical service. Property has over 2 acres of fence compound availability. And just where the location is of the subject property. What we have here for a value, so just showing it here, we have the 10,000 square feet at 8637. So we're approximately around maybe 825, 830 a square foot as a blended rate. Using 3.5% vacancy loss, 3% expenses, 385 for shortfall. We come up with 79,314. Using a 6% cap rate, $27,000 for additional building, we come up with $1,349,000. When we're looking at the property here, this is just from the mailer. So they're showing the income here. And I'm just gonna get my glasses out here. On page 6, we have the income of 192 of just the gross income. And we have net income of 97,721. And we are showing a net operating income of 79,314. We have some comparable leases of similar sizes, of similar age, all within the 1,800 to 2,000 square foot range. We've discussed about our cap rate. And what we have here is we just got some information with regards to the mailers on page 10, showing how the rental rate that they're using is 130. So in 2020, they're showing a rental rate of a 132,447. And they have some storage rent and some recoveries. Net income of 192, which is significantly higher than the $64,000 used by the agent. And I got subsequent mailers as well, showing with regards to the long-term viability of the federal government lease here. So there is conflicting information with regards to lease, because if you look on page 11, you know, we show that it's net lease. And then on the bottom of page 11, with the Department of National Defense, you got some aspects, some expenses that need to be paid for by the owner. And page 13 shows a continuation of what I showed earlier on. And that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you.
Rocky, questions?
Yes, did you do a company search of the tenants and the owner?
Not in this circumstances, no, I did not.
Okay. And have you confirmed whether or not servicing has been extended to the site?
What sort of servicing?
Piped water, etc.
You know what? I do not know that. I could quickly look that up to see if they have that. But the point is, I'm basing it on the lease that's in place there for the property. Yeah, I'm showing no issues with regards to, bear with me here for 1 sec, water and sewer. You know, they do have water and sewer or service that I notice here.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at Pat Iview on our map here.
Right.
And it's showing me that I have a water service pipe and I have a sewer pipe.
What direction do they come from?
They are coming from Saskatchewan.
Under the tracks?
Yep, it looks that way.
Okay. And your workup on page 6, was this done by the model?
Yes, it was.
And what are there any? What's this additional building value of 27,000?
I think on one of the buildings that we have here, just wait. You know what? It's a cell tower. There's a cell
Okay.
tower on the southwest portion of the building, and that's the value of the cell tower.
Okay, and the access to this is all across railway tracks, correct?
Yeah, there's a railway track surrounding the property.
Like I'm just looking at your picture on page 3 and 2. You got to cross the railway tracks. Is this an active track? You know?
I do not know.
Okay. Does the model take into account the factors such as this?
Well, the model looks at what the actual rent is that the property owner is receiving for the lease, and it considers that.
Does the model look at location?
There is
factors?
we in the land adjustments, we do have a railway with regards to it.
You're not doing this on land, though. You're doing this on the cap rate and the income. Does there any factor where you can say we have some access issues?
Well, there doesn't seem to be any access issues because there's like a couple of driveways that lead up to the property. So,
Okay, so that's your testimony. That's fine. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Doug, any questions?
Yeah, just one regarding the tracks. Is there a spur line going into the property, or is that just on either side of the property?
just on either side of the property.
And the single track, is that dedicated to that area?
Well, you know what, because there's tracks to the south and there's tracks to the north.
Well, there's a double track to the north and a single to the south.
Yeah.
Wondering about the one to the south.
No, what's funny is because where it's located at, we don't even have up to date info. Just give me 1 sec here. Maybe I did.
All right.
No, for whatever reason, I don't have access to a better picture here. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Robert,
No questions, thank you.
this is two separate properties that the D&D is using there. Is that not correct?
I didn't do any research on another property, so I can't comment on that. Because the company beside it is CarStar to the east of the subject property.
Mhm.
And so which
The one against the double, the property against the double tracks with the canopy on that tent on it.
yeah, that's owned by CP Rail.
That's owned by CP Rail, that property?
Yeah.
And who's using it?
Well, we have it just says CP Rail and there's no business assessment assigned to it.
Even though D&D is using it, okay.
Well,
Where did you say the services are coming from on this property?
from Saskatchewan,
And Saskatchewan is to the
south.
south, so straight down, correct?
Yep.
So it's showing frontage, is that what it's showing? It's telling you there's frontage on, there's a frontage charge on it?
Well, I haven't pulled up the tax bill, but what happened is when I pulled up the water and sewer, I saw lines coming in from Saskatchewan.
You saw the lines coming in?
Well, we have it labeled as sewer and sewage and water
Going into the
going in.
property.
Yeah.
Okay. What's to the other side of it then? Okay, this is south, this is north, the east side.
Well, that's where the CarStar is. So there's a CarStar right beside the subject property, which is a auto body.
And this is just being used, there's some office space and some shop in there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, that's what the breakdown is. Because on the mailer that I have here, that's on the bottom of page 11, they have warehouse space and they have office space. The warehouse space consists of 6727 and the office space is 2334.
I'm just trying to find your sheet now. I saw it here a minute ago. I don't see it. Lost my last question. Will you believe that? Okay, Mr. Neufeld, your presentation, please.
Thank you. The railway lines, I believe it's the Glenboro line to the north, and that comes from the west, and it's parallel to Saskatchewan Avenue, and then heads north at this juncture. So that's a main line, and the one to the south is a spur. That spur turns into to the moray businesses like MacDon and a bit further to the west. All of them are active, so the site is effectively enclosed by railway lines, which makes some difficulty. And I asked the question about the services because when I was out there, yes, I used the bathroom. It did not have sewer and water. So to sit here that it does now is a bit of a surprise because that would entail a project of shooting lines underneath. And I don't know if anyone follows the news about Centerport and the difficulties of getting water in it. And essentially anyone who didn't have water would have to get it from the new Centerport water access, which is access from the Assiniboine River. So I don't believe it is serviced at all. The site itself is owned by the main user, which is the wood company, and the rents that the assessor presented are all non-arm's length rents. It's true they do rent to Department of National Defense, and this is you can see that it's a rescue operation for Department of National Defense, and the location was desirable because they have access to air side through the back way, and they can dispatch their forces. Mostly, they do a lot of rescue work on. There's a whole fleet of snowmobiles inside that shed, and that seems to be their main focus. So it's the rest of the site is just like I said, over the years it's a wood compound now, and that's what it's good for. Not really one that's selling to the public, but it's private, like pallets is their main trade and business. So when we looked at it, it's true that the Rangers pay a bit more, but there was a lot of work that had to be done for them. We're just blending it all at $6 based on everything, and so I'm just looking at our numbers today, and I would tend to agree that this might be on the low side for the Rangers side, because they did fix the place up for them. So our income should be a bit higher than this, not as the assessor has, but I haven't had a chance to work it back out. But if I was looking at the assessor's numbers on page 6, I don't think there's a problem with saying the Rangers both sides would be up, one because it has land and the other because it was more improved. And the rest of the matters are, of course, merely the same issue with the vacancy is we're using the St. James number, not Murray Park, because Murray Park has no investment data, not adequate data, and we've estimated 5.85% for vacancy, and that's using a market report. It's not income and expense questionnaire. The Johnson report is Mr. Wayne Johnson who goes out, and I happen to have it sitting here. He goes out and he interviews everybody who has an investment property and produces pages and pages of data on every single site in the city. The subject property is not in his listing because it's not on his map of true investment property. But he does have about 26 million square feet of space in here that where he contacts the owners, managers, and collects the information. No, subject isn't in there. 220 Cree is 10,000 square feet vacant. 220 Cree. I should have told you that earlier. So this is a real number produced by a professional in the real estate business, and it's relied on by professionals, but relied on by brokers, by appraisers, and we know that the city also reads the report, but they have their own model. The capitalization rate would be much higher than most properties because it's a D property. It's got the bad issues with the rail line, and what one of the interesting things about the rail line is it's going to be very, very difficult to get any sort of a development permit within 200 feet of the center line of the railway tracks, because ever since Lake Majantic, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but there's been tremendous pressure with all planning authorities that nothing would be built within 200 feet of that railway center line. And the existing loss of yield of land in this case is large, and because of the triangle shape, it's like your loss in space is twice as long. Now, an imaginary line drawn 200 feet from the center line, just to tell you where it fits in, would obliterate the two buildings. It would obliterate the one on the left-hand side. It is within 200 feet. So that means that all development, except where the building on the right is, would not be possible. So it is a legal non-conforming use, but you're not going to be able to use any sort of a concept of excess land because it can't be developed, period. And that's why we would look at the higher cap rate. And I think our value, as I said, I would probably put these rents at least $1 a foot higher, which is would work out to about 16% higher. And I'm just doing a real quick extrapolation. Just on a mathematical basis, I think our value should be closer to about 813,000 with a $7 rent. That's my presentation.
Merrick, questions?
Why are your numbers so different than the actuals reported on the income and expense mailers, Mr. Neufeld? Because the actuals are significantly higher.
The actuals are predominantly a deal between the owner of the building and the owner of the business, who are one and the same.
But the point is, and so is the federal government a part of that relationship?
No, the feds are, it was a different style of lease, and I haven't studied the numbers. Federal leases are generally require a great more depth. I haven't put my mind to it to determine it. I haven't seen the statement. Just looking at the expenses, which are about $79,000. They occupy the bulk of the space, but are only paying recoveries of $38,000. So it's not a net lease, it's a typical federal lease. And the person who prepared this, of course, makes pallets for a living. They're not an appraiser or an accountant. So I think one has to consider things like that.
But Mr. Newfield, the shortfall on the 38,000 square feet versus the 9,000 works out to $4.29. So to me, that seems like a full recovery almost, or pretty close to it.
The expenses which are in your report are approximately $79,000. The percentage of the land, the building leased by the feds is in your report 8,800 feet out of 10,400, or approximately 70% of the space is one leased party. So they would be responsible for 70% of 79,000.
Well,
So 79,000 at 70% is about 55,300, yet they only recover 38,000. So the rent's not net.
yeah, but we're basing it on that. What's the actual lease in place here? You know, you can't pick and choose. It's like the rental rate is like 8,700 per month times 12 is $104,000, which is sort of consistent, so $104,000 divided by 9081, that's not even fact, it's 1149. And even if you factor in the 38,000 on top of that, it's just I don't understand your math here. But it still comes back to the fact that the income and expense mailer provided by the owner is significantly higher than what you've stated here in your brief. Is that not a fair comment to make?
No, it's incorrect. I mean, I think you're just being argumentative here. The fact is that one just has to follow the numbers. $79,000 in expenses, and you're recovering 38,000. So there's a shortfall.
Okay, so if I'm not following the numbers here, Mr. Newfield, can you reference page 11 on my brief, please?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, so there's a land lease of $12.94 a month times 12, which is approximately $15,528. How come that's not included in your calculations?
It's the owner. One hand to another, who cares?
Well, I thought the owner is Woodstock. The very first one.
These are his companies.
So okay, then how about with regards to Tamarack, the one on the bottom here, where it's $1,800 monthly rent? Is that also the owner?
Yes, I believe so.
And so how come they're not reporting that?
Tamarack's a type of wood. So yes, I'd say it's his.
Then why would they place it on the mailer if it's all owner occupied?
Well, is there that because you asked for the information, because you send him these things, and if you don't respond to them, you get a penalty. So I tell him, put it in.
Okay. And do you know how much you're getting and for the cell tower? Because on the bottom of page 11, it states that there's a land lease with the Rogers Group. Do you know how much you're getting for the cell tower?
Well, that's dated 2017, and it's not in the 21. So I would probably want to check and see if that cell tower was still operational. The problem with the cell tower in that particular location is that you are in the airport vicinity protection area, so you do have some height restrictions. I don't know if it's still in operation.
So yeah, but the airport's been there for a significant amount of time, and so has the like that. Just give me 1 sec here. I'm just trying to find that. You know what? No other questions. That's fine.
Doug, do you have any questions?
Yes, regarding the services into that building, you say there is no sewer and water?
That's was my observation the last time I was in it, and it was 2016 or 17. But I mean, I have a lot of clients in the area, like Macdon and Boeing, and there's been no service extension on the Murray Park side. There's a possibility it could have been serviced from Centerport side, possibility I say, but if I know they're looking at doing some lands further north. So, but that would involve going under the tracks. So I don't think so, but
Serviced by a septic field or tank or?
yeah, that's what it was. It was a cistern and a septic tank.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. No further questions, Marcel.
Thank you. Robert?
No questions, thank you.
If
I'm
it
looking-
is serviced, Mr. Neufeld, would it not show up on the tax bill?
On the tax bill in our city, I don't know. You can get taxed for a lot of things.
It'll
There
actually,
might-
it'll say frontage and whether it's. hooked up
Yeah, or if
with-
there
What's
was
the tax bill?
no, I haven't. If there was an extension of services for a fee and it was amortized in the tax bill, it would also show up there. I'm just looking to see if I can find the septic tank head on the aerial view.
See, I couldn't find one, so that's why I was wondering about that, right?
Yeah,
But if you look at, what does the tax bill actually say, guys?
I don't have a tax bill.
Were there any pump outs on the tank?
That's what I'm looking for, is that the head for the tank.
There is a frontage levy of $3,000 on this property.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's normal. That's just for the frontage levy.
Yeah.
What does it say for the water and sewer?
Well, yeah. Well, we're showing water and sewer.
No, but
No,
what
you
does it
said
say?
on the map, on the
It
bill.
doesn't show on the tax bill if there's water and sewer.
I thought
know,
it always did. We all have frontage, but we don't all have.
Right. Actually, I have some site pictures which never made the cut here.
So would there be anything for potable water deliveries or a pump out from a septic service?
Yeah, and with a site like this, you're not using a lot of water.
No.
So it's something that most people in their position don't even care about. Why spend the money to bring in something that, flushing the toilet a couple of times? Yeah, but wait, no, actually there is the reason most people in industrial want it is for sprinklers. And in this case, they're underneath 14,400 square feet, and that's the provincial maximum for having a building without sprinklers, unless
Right.
different fire protection. So that's why I don't think they'd be concerned.
One says there's water, one says there's no water. Okay. Any further questions from the panel members? No further questions? Anything in summation?
No,
Merit? No? Rocky?
No, I think we're covered.
Okay, thank you. That'll conclude that matter. We'll go on to 750 Century once we pull it up. We're getting there, guys. 1 second. Merrick, when you're ready.
For sure. File number is 223502, roll number 07001975,400. Assessed value that we have is 1,488,000. Building was built in 1960, wall height 16 feet. We have a leasable area of 14,509, and we have a land area of just under 2. What we have here in terms of property owner has been compliant with regards to completing the income and expense mailers. There are some recent sales on this property, but I think they're multi-roll sales just based on the values that I see ahead of me. You see where it's located at on Century, which is essentially Route 90. I got pictures on page 3 and 4 of where the location is. On page 5, we have the income workup. We have 14,509 using 672 to come up with 97,500, using 7% vacancy, 3% for expenses, 385 for shortfall. We have 84,045 using a cap rate of 4.65%. We come up with a value of $1,488,000. You look at page 9 of my brief, page 6 of my brief, you'll end up seeing some comparable leases that are in the neighborhood of all similar sizes, ranging from 2014 to 2020. The leasable areas are all in the 10,000 range, between 10,000 and 18,000. Wall heights are similar, built between 1964 and 1988, showing a range between 680 or 650 to 875. And we've gone over our cap rate information. Just going over here with regards to the actuals. What we have here is with regards to that, and that we have. Let me just get my glasses here for a sec. It's killing me, guys. It's killing me.
I can see that.
Yep, we've got a. Yep, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Rocky, questions?
Page 5, this is done by the model.
Correct.
On page 5, you've got an area listed of 14,509. Now, did you note that the owner claimed the area was 13,973?
Yeah, I noticed that. And then what happens here, and then also, but on the mailer that for the listing here, we have, we do have 13,973. And is that what the owner has? 13,973? Yeah, your information seems to be correct, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. I can even tell you why, but I'll save that.
Please share me so we can fix it.
Oh, it's simple. Take a look at your page.
Page 2 actually shows it.
Page 2, yeah. Yeah. You counted the overhang.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Well, the point is, how do we know this, right? Unless we hear it, right? So I could easily fix that for next time.
Okay. And I'm just looking, and you've got 97,500 for rent, but that's a fair bit more than what they're collecting, is it not?
Yeah, and so, but what's interesting is that you may know this better than I do, Mr. Neufeld, but what they're looking for in terms of, I think the property is currently vacated. It's not tenanted, and they're looking for a rental rate between, which is higher than that.
Well, when it happens, you can deal with it, but in the reference here, they had this lease ending in October of 20 for a lower amount, correct?
Yeah, so
Okay, and the cap rate of 5.65% for a building in 1960. Now, this is a new low for today, and it's also one of the lowest, one of the oldest buildings today. Shouldn't there be some sort of link to the age?
well, see, what we say with regards to when it comes to residential properties, and the same thing with regards to industrial properties. It's just that when units are smaller, they usually sell for a higher per square foot basis here. So if it sells for a higher per cap basis, then usually what ends up happening, that would have to be reflected in the cap rate. So more people could afford to buy smaller properties more people could afford $300,000 homes as opposed to $1 million homes. So, which is why that the cap rate's lower for this property, because it's smaller than the other ones.
Earlier today, you said there's been a lack of investment sales. You can't prove that.
So you've said that there's a lack of investment sales based on your information. We have lots of sales that we've done our cap rate studies on, and so there are lots of sales that have taken place. They may not be under the investment category, but when we built our model for 2023, we used that as a reference point. And the question that we always have to ask us is, like, when we're looking at the valuation process, like for this property, you're asking for 993, yet, you know, you're asking for values that are lower than 2020. So it's just.
So the question was for investment sales. The answer you had provided earlier, there was a lack of investment sales.
Based on what you had shared with me at a hearing, yes. But there are a lot of industrial sales that have taken place, which is what we based our cap rate study on.
Well, how can you base it on sales without a tenant and an investor? How can you base a cap rate on that?
Well, what happens is you look at the sale price and you compare it to the sale price of the income and expense mailer to generate a cap rate.
I think we were talking that there weren't any of those sales. Now you're saying there are?
The ones, Mr. Neufeld, you said investment sales. I'm talking about all industrial sales that have taken place. A great example, 700 Mission. 700 Mission, that's not an investor sale. That was a different buyer and seller, and that was in existence. And that's not an investment sale. And that cap rate study was 6.1%, Mr. Neufeld. So that's not an investment sale, but that's an investment that we looked at, where we did our analysis on. They had reported a 6.1% cap rate. There was an appraisal done for that. And when we did our numbers, we came up with a 5.9% cap rate.
None of that's in the evidence today, is it?
No, but what the point is, well, Mr. Neufeld, you talk about investment sales. Investment sales are not really in your evidence either. There's a lot of fluff, but there's not a lot of evidence, you know, because.
Okay, let's not get down in the gutter now, guys.
Okay. It's just that, you know, when Mr. Neufeld pushes, I need to push back, Mr. Chairperson. So thank you.
Okay. And I do the same.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I don't think there's any place for that sort of conduct. Now, in terms of the land building ratio, this is on the low side, is it not?
That is correct.
How much room is there for loading? How many feet are on the subject property to get a truck in? Back it up.
Yeah, it's tight.
So no room for a semi-trailer, is that fair? It's 40 feet, I should tell you that. That's not room for much of a truck, is it?
Well, there's a lot of 30-foot trucks out there that would handle this, and it's not.
And
the point is, and in fairness, Mr. Neufeld, when you talk about truck sizes, it has to be relative to the space of the building. This building's only under 14,000 square feet in your eyes, so you're not going to have a lot of 30-foot trailers here loading and unloading product here.
What was its operation before the recent sale? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Doug, any questions?
No, just a comment. I think 30-foot straight truck would fit in there quite nicely without any problems at all. It's tight, but you can do it. Sammy's
Oh,
no.
yeah, no disagreement there.
Any questions, Robert?
No questions, thank you.
Why do I keep losing my place? There was a question I had. My God.
problem.
Did I? I've heard you mention a sale 3 times and I can't find where the sale is. Oh, February 2010. Okay. Good. I've got no further questions. Anything in summation?
No, thank you.
Rocky?
I gotta do mine.
You're
I
gonna
know
do
you
your-
want
Huh?
us to get rolling on this, but I haven't presented.
Oh, you haven't presented yet. I was just gonna shut you down.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
The subject property, I actually appraised this building when it sold for the 2010 sale, and it was a multi-role sale. I think there were 3 properties involved in total. The purchaser was Waring Williams, who that owned the building next door. The user at the time was an egg candling sorting facility. I was in there when they were in production or doing their work, and essentially they had outgrown the space because of the lack of they couldn't get their larger truck in there. It was designed and built for smaller trucks, and they moved on to a bigger facility that could accommodate larger trucks. So this was just an example of another obsolescence on the site. It's been operated as an investment property for some time after that. The last lease that was in place, you can see on the assessor and ourselves, we both put in the same form. It's on my page 3. The rent is listed, and there are no recoveries listed on the rent roll. So we just went right to the statement, and you can see that there's 75,000 in income with about 25,000 in recoveries, so 100,000 gross. So this is a semi-gross lease. They're claiming 33 in expenses for 67,000 of NOI. And I'm looking at the 87,000 that was put in here, and I don't know where that came from. I haven't got the faintest idea, because it is not performing that well. But 625 is not a bad rent, so it was renting under market. And when we looked at page 4 and 5, we looked at what should be expected around there. And there's lots of properties in the St. James area with low ceilings who can achieve a $6 rent. It's on the way to the airports. There might be alternative uses for it. So I guess that's why the person who made this up went higher than actual on it. Using 625 a foot, same issue with the vacancy. If the assessor says it's vacant now, I guess we should be looking at higher vacancies, but we're using the market. Non-recoverables, because obviously the site does have non-recoverables. We've used a standard 5%. Shortfall was calculated on what we see from the expenses and the tax load about what it should be, what it actually is, and that leaves the cap rate. I'm just trying to see, I just noticed some pictures in here. So these pictures are after the egg place left, and Waring Williams was using this for a while. You see that. The cap rate, again, we're looking at what should be a proper yield, not an A or a B building, that's for sure. It's the tight land ratio puts it downward, I would think, in the D category. And the negative issues we pointed out on page 2. the busy street. Getting a truck in and out is difficult. You need, not only in this case, you need you're restricted on space, but you got to do all your maneuvering on site because you can't use the road. So I think that puts it down to, yeah, I mean, a 30-foot easily. And a little bit of maneuvering, maybe something a bit longer, but nothing in the transport sized. And that's a downward impact on potential users for it. You need to be able to maneuver your semi-trailers if you want a good rent. And not every place can do it. It is a small size, and the layout of it is again, it's all size related. In terms of the building issues, built in 1960, that doesn't change. Quality and condition, I've been in there. It's nothing great. It's just an old style masonry framed warehouse with a low ceiling, and dock doors are pretty good, but again, there's a height. So if you look at those doors, and I'm just trying to figure it out. The interior clear space here looks to me to be around 12 feet, which is really on the low side. Might be a bit higher. No, 12 looks like it. That's very, very low in the marketplace. So not desirable. And that's why we capped it at 7.25%. Thank you.
Merrick, questions?
So do they move a lot of pool spas on semi-truck trailers?
You
Like
gotta
big
use
semis?
Yeah, you got to use a flatbed for those. So I've only ever seen them moved on flatbeds. It depends on the size. Usually it's a full-length flatbed, and they lay it in the part in the middle between the wheels.
So, but the point is that when you only have 14,000 square feet, why would you need such big trucks to go into to utilize the building to do shipping and receiving?
The point is that the market will give you a better rent if you have that space.
And so
They don't. So then, therefore, it's a downward impact on rent and an upward impact on cap.
Okay. So, but the rents that we're not asking for rents that are super high. We're asking rents that are reflective, like, and in fairness, we're not that far apart on rents.
I don't know what I don't know what yeah, that's true. We're not really that far apart.
Can you explain to me? Okay, but because like earlier on, you tried referencing a 2000 certificate agreement on a 2010 hearing. If I look at your comparables here, how come like the majority of your comparables are at least 5 years older than the reference date for the subject, than the year that we're using here?
Well, our comparables range. The newest one, April 1st, 2021. And what we do with our list is we try to populate it and take the oldest ones out and the newest ones in, and it's a live thing. It can show you some progressions over time, as well as space and location. So, but the bottom line for choice on all of our rents is we ensure that they don't contain inducements, that they're clean rents. That's the most important factor.
Okay, but there's no other questions. Thank you.
Questions? Doug?
No questions for me, thank you.
Robert?
I have no questions, thank you.
I got to go back to Merrick on one question, if you don't mind, Merrick. Did I hear you say, Merrick, that you were okay with the other 13,973 square footage?
You know what? And that makes sense. And that does make sense, because on one of the advertisements that show all three properties, because like when there was a multi-roll sale there, because I'm showing 750, 760, and 770. And then on one of the advertisements I have here, they're showing 13,973.
Yeah.
And you know, what Mr. Neufeld makes sense with regards to, like, it's like the quality of the space is nice. Like I couldn't include I couldn't include the pictures because it was a Collier's brief, but the quality of the space is solid. It's older, but the pictures are nice.
Very good. Thank you. That concludes my questions. Anything in summation, Mr. Mayor?
No, I'm good.
Good. Rocky, anything in summation?
Well, it's just something I'm going to say again and again and again. One cap rate does not fit all. The assessment department model is terribly, horribly flawed. And the world is not having 5% cap rates, period. You know, we try to sell a property, something like this, there will be no buyers. This isn't the best property either. And I think we're being realistic and we sell properties here. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, we're now going to go back to 100 Pocket. Now we can do this one of two ways. We can take just a couple of minutes, or I can take a short walk. Anybody else need a break? 5 minutes?
I'm always good with a break.
Good. Let's take 5 minutes. Okay, guys? We're going to call the meeting back to order. We will be reconvening on the matter of the property on 100 Parkway. I do believe we've heard from the city on this proposal already, and I believe it's up to Mr. Neufeld to put his brief forward.
Well, I just in the break spoke to the owner of the property who has not received this notice. He'll be filing an affidavit saying that he hasn't received it. I think as far as the current value of 9 million, whatever, the only thing I could ask for it is to be confirmed today. I'd prefer an adjournment. If that's not possible, I guess you're going to confirm it and he'll reappeal, or whatever happens.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld, for making it. Did you have any questions of Mr. Neufeld, Merrick?
No, I have nothing for Mr. Neufeld.
Do you have any questions, Doug?
No, I'm good with this one. Thank you.
And I've got none. And Robert, do you have any?
Robert has none at this point.
Appreciate that. That closes that matter. Now I've just got to find my last sheet, which should be this one. We have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
See you, Merrick. You have behaved, eh?
Yep, for sure. Do the best I can.
See you, Rocky.